Hello everybody, you're doing well today, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Put that camera up there. Hey, hello. So, yeah, I just wanted to do this live stream, kind of just have an open talk, discussion with chat and call-ins, so you can call in through Skype or the channel phone number. I'll also try to set up Discord as well for anyone that would like to call in. And if you open topic, so if you want to tell us maybe some of your experiences that you've had, anything, your journey, something that's been discussed on the channel, or maybe an area of research that you've come across that's interesting. Sorry, I forgot to do a mic check. Let me just do that really quick. Okay, sounds good. So, yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to do this is just to say thank you, and this channel has been a hell of a journey, and I am honored and humbled that to have you guys out there as friends and listeners, and I've learned so much off you as well, just in the comment sections, the live chats, all that stuff. So I thank you very much. And so what I'm going to do is pop up, get rid of this. Okay, so the phone number is at the top of the screen. I'm going to open up Skype right now. Okay, so Skype is open. So the phone number is rocking and rolling. Oh, that's the media player. I was going to maybe play some video later. Just so you guys know, this time of year where I live, we have storms in the afternoon, and they can be pretty nasty. So just in case we do lose connection, that is the reason for it. So but let's see who's in the chat here. Welcome Night Sky, Infinite Corridor, T, Nat Allen, Alexander, Wreck and Carry, the Moroccan Kings, and End of Days. Great to have you all here. So let's see. Yeah, that's up and going. Cool. So what I'm going to do until we get a phone call, I was thinking maybe I'll just throw up some videos of nature shots I've taken, maybe some photos, things like that. Just kind of show you some of the stuff that I do outside of the channel that I enjoy. So let me pop up some of that. Sorry if I'm a little dullish today. I'm just not feeling so hot, so probably should have ended up rescheduling it. That's all right. I'm happy we're all here together. kind of been taking a break from content recently. Okay. Oh, what the heck just happened here? It's failing me. Come on. Sorry about the delay here. There we go. Hopefully this works okay. God knows. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just play some music in the background. Thank you very much, Nat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, this channel's been a hell of a journey. It kind of started off as just me just documenting some things for more or less my own, but also sharing things, obviously, and then it took on a life of its own as I progressed through some things that I was learning. So yeah, it's been a heck of a ride, and I'm very appreciative of all of you who take time out of your day to come and watch. That's a short one. Hey Julie, welcome. BB, great to see you. Infinite Corridor, you want to call in? Of course, sure. I'd love to have you. Okay, hopefully this works all right. Hello, welcome to the show. How you doing? Yeah, okay, yeah, hey Infinite Corridor, great to have you on, man.
Yeah. To the call and mention a few things about Astral Project. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, sure. You're kind of breaking up just a little bit, and I just want to do a quick audio check of your mic levels really quick. One moment.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, hey.
Check.
Great to have you on, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe if I go outside, maybe it will be a better connection here. Let me see.
BB, great to see you.
Walk outside over here.
Sounding a little better. Yeah, hey.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better. What I'm gonna do is bring up your levels here. Okay. You want to just do a quick check for me, please? Say anything.
Yeah, check.
Okay.
Just talking in a regular voice. I don't know what the deal is with my phone. Electromagnetic interference or something.
Okay. Okay, just check.
Pretty good?
Just yeah, I can hear you better. Okay.
All right.
Okay, looks like we're
I just wanted
good.
to mention a few things that could help people potentially astral project.
Great.
You could build a pyramid of PVC pipe to meditate inside of. There's a Nubian style that focuses on the pineal gland.
Mm-hmm.
And if you model one after the Gaza style, that focuses on the heart chakra or whatever the heart energy zone. So they help block out like electromagnetic interference and entities and stuff to some degree. And then if you want to amplify the effect of blocking out the interference even more, you can do that meditating in a pyramid while wearing EMF shielding silver mesh clothing, like a beanie and a hoodie and some sweatpants, and then meditate. I do that a couple days a week, a little interference.
I'm sorry, you said you do that a couple days a week.
Azurite crystals.
Sorry, you're breaking up again on us. Sorry, man.
At least that's my experience. And actually,
Brother, our
Um,
connection's getting pretty
that's pretty much
choppy.
what I wanted to mention about that. And then I just wanted to mention one experience I had, astral projection. You want to hear about it?
Yeah, I would love to. Just to refresh, because the connection was getting kind of dicey. You said you have the pyramid set up, and what was it about the clothing you mentioned?
Oh, EMF, electromagnetic shielding clothing. It has silver, like super fine silver mesh woven into it.
So like an EMF clothing?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
inside the pyramid with that clothing on. Is super cool.
Yeah, it's
You get a
interesting
really
you
clear
brought
mind.
those up because when I had first started getting into this, that was what I did. I went out and bought a meditation pyramid, huge, like, full body size. And I almost went with the Nubian design that you're talking about, but I ended up getting
Right.
the standard one, I guess you could, standard pyramid size. And it helped me instantly. And, even
Yep.
though we,
Yeah.
don't necessarily, most of us don't necessarily like the pyramid symbology as it relates to the control structure here, there is power in it. And the other thing that it helps is if you have pyramids like on your counter, if you want fruit to last longer, or even bread,
Oh yeah.
but particularly
Yeah,
fruit,
totally.
you put that on your counter and it'll last much, much longer.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
can try water in it too.
Yeah. Charge water. Yeah.
I know that the control structure of this matrix used the pyramids for whatever devious purposes they did. But if you charge your own that you build yourself with your own intention, it really magnifies your own intention, I think. And like you can heal faster in it. One time I was having a panic attack and I sat in my pyramid for 10 minutes and it immediately physiologically reversed whatever was happening in my body, and the
That's
panic
great.
attack went away. Yeah, it's like magic, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. There is power in it. There's no doubt about it, and we can utilize it. So yeah, I'm in agreement, man. That's great that you got one of those, and I'm totally on board with you. And anyone out there listening, I would suggest looking into it for sure, and considering getting yourself one for meditation and astral projection, even lucid dreaming. I did all three under there, and I had results the very first day I got it. I don't know if it was just the whole intention thing, but I haven't busted it out in a while, but I will. Maybe I'll show it on camera sometime. But I got to get back in the swing of that. I was in the middle of a move, and I ended up putting it in storage for a brief time.
Yeah, I hear that. I have space in my actual room, so I can keep it all put together.
They're huge.
Anybody can build bucks from PVC pipe stuff. You don't need any attachment.
Yeah, you're breaking up again on us, brother. I don't know if
okay.
Maybe you can get closer to your
Can you hear me now?
Wi-Fi or yep, sounds good.
Yeah, I was saying anybody could build a PVC pyramid pretty cheap. Like $30. I just wanted to mention one astral projection experience I had because I've had 100 of them.
Yeah, please do. Take as long as you want. I'd love to hear whatever you have to say.
Oh, okay. Well, the one that correlates mostly to this channel, to the like the afterlife trap thing, the whole reincarnation cycle. So I went to sleep one night and I fell asleep consciously, and I found myself in the street with cars along the road, but nobody was around. And I levitated up about 15 feet in the air.
Jesus.
And then I saw, I don't know if you've seen the Matrix trilogy, number 3, how it shows the machine face of like the AI.
Mm-hmm.
You know that scene in the end of the movie?
Correct.
Well, that guy, that demiurge, just like that, appeared in front of me. And he said, "You will never leave me." And then I was in the eye of a hurricane, and it started circling around me and closing in on me. And I was levitating. I held my arms out to my sides, pushing back against the storm. And then right at the moment that the cloud wall got on, like right when it reached me, I woke up like sweating. And I was like, what the hell was that, dude?
Wow.
So I don't know if that was just my subconscious or the actual din urge, but that's just an experience. I don't know. So, yeah.
So this was
Weird.
in a projection, right?
Yeah. The conviction. It was some kind of artificial intelligence.
Wow. Wow.
So,
It's a hell of an
weird.
experience. Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I've had a lot of them, though, over the past 10 years. I used to record them when I would wake up in the night on an audio recorder.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Either write it down or do the voice memo thing on your phone or whatever is easier for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about when you were younger? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm like 33 right now, ironically. The whole 33 number thing.
Yeah.
I know that's kind of weird, but
No.
I really remember tuning in before like my early 20s, so the past 10 years. But I wanted to mention one thing, and then I'm gonna just go back to the chat and in the call. But my dreams are, I'm not making this up, they're manipulated by some kind of intelligence. I don't know exactly. It seems like there's always like shape-shifted beings that appear like family and friends, and they try to get me to, like, I guess, sign contracts and do all this stuff. And it's hard to get it to stop. It's been happening for like the past 10 years. Does anybody else have experience with manipulation?
No, not me particularly. I mean, I've seen shape-shifting entities while in the astral, and that's common for, I think, a lot of people to see. But the whole signing of contracts thing, that's crazy. So what were they trying to get you to agree to, basically? Did you have any idea, or were you
that
just...
I revoked?
Mm-hmm.
The contracts that I revoked, they wanted me to agree to them again, because you can revoke soul contracts.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I started revoking soul contracts like 6 years ago, but they only try to do it when I'm like mostly unconscious while I'm asleep. They know I won't do it while I'm fully conscious, and I don't know who they are, but you know, I used to battle Greys and Reptilians, the classic entity, for several years, and then I learned how to fight in the astral, and so now they don't appear in that form anymore. They're much more subtle, and I've tried all kinds of things. Sleeping in the EMF shielding clothing seems to help some, but
yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. That's that the EMF thing helps, or and it makes sense. I mean, if you think about, basically, if you go to the Monroe Institute, they put you in a Faraday cage, basically. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, that's what they do. There was another interesting thing that this isn't related, but I just happened to think of it. There was someone I heard who went over Dr. Raymond Moody's house, and he's the near-death experience researcher for decades now. And they said that he had painted a room all black and had and it was a Faraday cage, but it also had a just one single floor to ceiling mirror, not like the whole length of a wall, but in the center of a wall, from floor to ceiling.
Right.
Faraday cage, completely black, no lights. And they went in there and they were seeing all sorts of crazy stuff, and then they ended up going outside of their body and astral projecting too. I found that one interesting. That he basically dedicated a whole room to it. So I just thought I'd throw it out there. It just came to my mind when you were mentioning that. So
yeah, I'll mention one more thing I'd like to just mention briefly.
Please.
I guess it's called phase shifting, like the secondary focal point of consciousness that most humans have is their imagination. It's just a regular dream?
I'm sorry, you broke up again. Can you just start from the beginning again, please?
Yeah, we have a secondary focal point of consciousness, which is like our subconscious mind, like where we dream and where we imagine, like with our internal mental space. And if you like sit down in meditation and create a scene, like an environment, if you create it with enough sensory input real enough, you can switch into it, and from there you can project or you can explore that realm. I've been working on this for 4 years now, and I'm making a lot of progress. You have to build the neuronal pathways. Instead of light coming in from the eyes and going to the back of the skull or back of the brain, you have to create the imagery from the back of your brain and bring it up to your frontal cortex, reverse, and in the imagination, the mind's eye. And if you can master the sensory input you're creating, you can literally go into that realm like a dream or a lucid dream. And then from there, you can go into worlds that are supposedly objective, like this place, with other autonomous beings. I haven't made that much progress yet, but I'm getting closer.
Cool. I forgot, did you join the Discord?
No, I don't have Discord. Maybe I should get it.
Yeah, you should. We just created a whole, Night Sky and I just created a whole Discord community, and quite a few people have joined already, and we're having, it's topic driven on astral projection, lucid dreaming, and, you know, meditation, consciousness expansion activities, things like that. And we're also having weekly Zoom meetings, which will vary. We're trying to accommodate as many time zones as possible. So every other week, the time will change and the day. But yeah, we'd love to have you in.
Sure. I'll do it today or tomorrow, and I'll be there. You'll see me in there.
Yeah, Night Sky, if you're in the chat, do you mind posting the Discord in the chat for everybody, for anyone who wants to join? And everyone is welcome, from beginner to advanced. So we'd love to have you, because we're throwing our intention in this, and I think together with our, you know, we'll work together, but at the same time, this is a solo journey. There's no teachers or agendas or anything. Everyone is on their own path, and we're just meeting to discuss it and sharing resources and stories of successes and failures.
Man, that's awesome. Well, that's pretty much all I can think about talking about right now.
Sometime
I'll probably come back to you.
Yeah, sure. Feel free to
experiences to talk about.
Yeah, please do, and yeah, feel free to call in later if you want, or sometime down the road. And it was great having you on again.
Cool. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, brother.
I'll be in the chat.
Great.
Take care.
Have a good one.
You too.
Okay, that was Infinite Corridor calling in again. And yeah, I don't think, well, we might have talked about it once, about the pyramids being just, I don't know, just they help with meditation, astral projection, lucid dreaming. They can get a little costly, but like Infinite Corridor said, you can just build one on a PVC pipe. I got mine in copper, but they're pretty easy to get your hands on, or make one. If you're a U.S. resident, I can give you the store that I bought mine off. This guy, he makes them himself, and you know, it'd take a couple weeks to get it, but he makes them himself and gets them out as he can. So if you're interested in live in the U.S. and you're looking for someone who makes these in copper, just shoot me an email, foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. Just put meditation or astral projection pyramid in the topic there. So yeah, if anyone in the chat has any questions, feel free to just put it all in caps. Luckily, I'm not having to concentrate as much as I normally do, so I can pay a little bit more attention to the chat tonight. So and this is it's fun. It's I never really done a show like this where it's kind of just open-ended, where anyone can pop on and speak their piece. So it's great. So yeah, if you'd like to call in and you're from the US, 979-272-4111. That's 979-272-4111. And on Skype, the Skype ID is Forever Conscious Research. I think I have channel up there. I don't know if it has channel in it. So just search Forever Conscious Research. I think you'll be able to find it that way. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is just open up Discord because I forgot to put it on. So let me just pop this up. Come on. This thing's messed up. Hope this didn't crash. Ah, shit. Oh boy. Okay, good. It didn't crash. God. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, I got the Discord up here. So anyone in, probably be best to take calls from the Astral Projection server. So I am in there. So anyone who wants to pop in there and join the call, feel free. In the meantime, what I'll continue to do is just go through some of my pictures and videos. I use primarily a Nikon P900, but also have some P1000 captures as well in there. And the big reason why I got the P900 in the beginning is because I was starting to have, oh, looks like Mike's calling in. One moment. Hey Mike, welcome to the show. How you doing, brother?
Doing great, man. How about you?
Good, good. Great to talk to you again.
Good. Back at you. I thought you were streaming live.
What was that?
I'm on YouTube right now, and you're streaming live.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, we are live. Yeah. You wanted to, is there anything you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Great.
You were talking on my computer while I was having a conversation with you.
Oh, so it got you a little confused. I got you.
There's an overlap there, buddy.
Yeah, there's usually a delay.
Yeah, I got a quick question for you. You suggested I read the 3 books by Asher, and of course, the last one is Soul Revolution.
Yeah, that's the most important one of mine.
Dude, that book is awesome.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Now, I got a question for you about this.
Sure.
He suggests that these powers that be split the soul up into thirds, and 2/3 of the soul remains on the holodeck up there where we go when we die, and the other third is within us now. Now, it seems to me they're holding a portion of our soul hostage.
I firmly believe that.
Talk about it. Would you?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I've thought about this for a while, and here's the weird part, and it's funny, I was just talking to Sasha today. If you can you mute, I think you might have the YouTube, is YouTube still playing in the background? Because we got an echo.
I've got nothing on. I'll turn off my monitor and see if that helps.
Okay, because it just sounds like
How's
it's,
that?
I think I can basically, yeah, I can hear my voice echoing a little bit, but I guess it's not too bad. Do you have me on speakerphone?
I do.
Okay, I hate to have you get off speaker, but if you could do that, that'd be great. Just because
Hang on.
it feedback, the audio is kind of distracting.
All right,
Sorry,
hold
man.
No problem.
Yeah, I was talking about, I've mentioned this book before. Let me, if I have it nearby. It's called Soul Revolution by Dr. Asher. And highly recommend it. Okay, but to get onto what Mike was talking about, today, earlier, I was talking with a guy by the name of Sasha, and he was bringing up the same thing, and we had this discussion about it, and my belief is this. Well, it's not even belief, it's pretty much like an inner knowing at this point, because just us existing here and not having access to our past lives, where we came from, why we're here, what's this place all about. We don't have any, we don't have any recollection of any of this stuff, and nor can we tap into it without strenuous effort. And even then, who the hell knows what's accurate and what's not. We have this inner tuning fork in us where we get to things and we like to say that resonates with me. But there have been many times in my life where I was just in the zone and I said, okay, this resonates heavily with me, meaning it's like a firm belief of truth. And only years down the road, come to find out it was all bullshit. Okay? So our discernment meter, when we say something like, oh, this really resonates with me, just because it resonates doesn't mean it's true. And the reason I'm kind of going into all this is because it goes to the point that we only have so much access to ourselves, to our universal knowledge, our whole existence of knowledge of everything that we've done. So keeping that in mind, it is, in my opinion, only common sense that we have been fractured to some extent. How the division is of that fracture, I can't really say for sure. But what's really interesting and bothersome is the research, a lot of us have done into near-death experiences, the pre-birth memories, the life between lives segments with the book and stuff like that with Michael Newton and all that stuff, all that research that a lot of us have done. What's really fascinating, Mike, is that this is clearly going on up there too. And that is distressing as hell to think about. And that's why everything has to come down to us liberating and declaring sovereignty, because we're not just fractured down here, we're fractured up there. And they are firewalling us off in a major way. And it's a frightening thing to think about. But I think at the end of the day, honestly, I was saying to Sasha, I think when we knock on the astral door of this universe and say, hey, what the hell is going on behind there? I want to check that out, because I think most of us here are just naturally curious beings, okay? And that's how we got in this fucking mess. So I think when we knock on the door, they say, okay, well, here are some rules, about coming in. And some of those rules are, okay, you're not going to have necessarily all of your faculties, or maybe they just take a little smidgen as you walk through the door. And then as you progress, until eventually you are admitted to Earth, assuming it's something like that, then you start to lose yourself incarnation after incarnation. And I think even just the longevity and life after lifetime aspect to all this, I think this place just picks and picks and picks and picks those fragments away, and it's like they're quarantined off. So there must be some agreement when we come in here initially to give up some of those rights, those fragments of us, and then it even progresses further as we go through these Earth School, learning zones, soul schools, whatever the hell they are. And then eventually when we're down here, we also obviously are quarantined like hell. And you know, when we're up there, it's clear that we are more open to find things. And, or not find things, but more open to the bigger part of this matrix. Whereas down here, we're very, very limited. But nonetheless, the two things are happening. So that's kind of my opinion. I know it was a long answer, but that's kind of my take on it.
And that's appreciated. However, that wasn't my point.
Okay, sorry.
My point was when we die
Mm-hmm.
and we go into, for example, from past phone calls that you and I have had, and some of your divulging what you're going to do when you die,
Mm-hmm.
and going into the whole I do not consent, I refuse, all that kind of stuff. They're holding 2/3 of our soul hostage.
Mm-hmm.
How do we reunite with the soul and still get the fuck out of here?
Well, okay. Okay, yeah, it's a great question. Here's my opinion. I seriously think that the only way out of this shit heap is at the time of death. I'm saying I don't even think you can accomplish it out in the astral subrealms. I think it comes down to that one moment where you because you haven't consented. You have to remember, Mike, when you're all in these astral zones, you're consenting. You're mixed in with all of this fuckery of consent. And in turn, we've given that away. At the time of death is that real small zone where I think we can just pack up our bags and go, and I would imagine everything just comes back naturally. Now, can I say that for certain? No. Unfortunately, I wish I could, but I really think it boils down to really that one moment of opportunity, because out in the astral realms, we're in their world, and remember, at the time of death, they have the entity acting as, you know, your deceased loved ones or the religious figures,
Sure.
whoever the dead pet, and they're
Sure.
ushering us through. Right there, that's consent. So after all of that, we've consented. It's too late. We've already consented and
Right.
probably reconsented and consented again and this and that. And so right then and there, we've given ourselves away. And I think our sweet spot truly is at the time of death to recollect ourselves. Think about it. Why would they punch at it so hard on like a full scale assault at the time of death unless they needed that consent? Maybe because they're worried about us gaining our composure too quickly. That's possible.
Exactly.
Can I say for sure? But that's kind of just my opinion on it. You know?
All right. Well, you know, I've had the same intuitive hit, and I just hope we're right. Because, dude, I put a lot of thought into this over the last 10 years and going, dude, I sure hope we're right. Okay, there's one other thing I wanted to just mention, talk to you about. I've been following this transhuman thing for some time now. And are you hip to what they're really doing? I mean, they're creating human avatar bodies that will last indefinitely.
Yeah.
So they can literally imprison our soul indefinitely.
Yeah, that's where
planet
it's
or
all
others.
headed. Yeah.
I've been watching this transhuman movement for years now, and just, dude, it is scary what they're doing to trap human souls.
It is.
To trap souls.
Yeah, it's no, you can tell that that's kind of like the final nail in the coffin, you know, to really get as much control as possible. And basically, you know, you're screwed. You know, I imagine coming back to that mess, and short of a realm-wide reset, I still, just the thought of that, and really, in my opinion, that really goes overboard with the consent thing, because I firmly, it's like an inner knowing that I think everything is based on the consent factor. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So do you think that by them going that far, that something on the outside would have a right to step in and possibly interfere because they went over the line?
I'd like to think so.
I would too. I would too. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, because where have they been so far? You know, where's the outside assistance so far? Yeah, and I'm not gambling. I'm not rolling the dice on that. And I know you aren't either, Mike.
Well, I thank you very much for everything, man. I dig the whole deal that you do, and you and Night Sky doing the whole Discord thing. I apologize I couldn't make it to the first one. I'll do my best to hit the rest of them now.
Yeah, that's all right, man. It's to be expected.
To both you and both you and Night Sky. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. It's great talking to you again. We'll have to catch up soon and have a talk.
That sounds great. Thanks a lot.
All right, brother.
All right.
Take care, man.
You too. Bye.
Oh, that was Mike. Thanks, Mike, for calling in. Always great to talk to you, brother. All right. Yeah, Mike's an interesting guy. I think it'd be kind of cool to have Mike on for like a more long form talk. Mike, if you're ever interested. By the way, speaking of that, and Mike would be a great guest for this too. And I've already spoke with Simon. He's talked about having interest in this. I was going to do a new series, something like My Awakening or my, something like that. My Awakening to the Reincarnation Trap, or My Awakening Here on Earth, something like that. And it'll be a series where I go one-on-one with somebody. We do like an interview, open discussion, and it would be about their journey and hearing their process from, the beginning of their truth hunting, or even back to their earliest memories and on forward to where they are today. I think it would be a really interesting series to kind of have everyone out there who is interested, that would like to share their journey. Feel free to reach out to me. foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. And we could set up a time to talk, just have an initial conversation, and then if you wanted to and you felt comfortable enough, we can do a interview, open discussion that I would publish on the channel. As most of you know, I prefer a live stream, but I also do pre-recorded stuff as well. So whatever is more comfortable. And particularly, like, even if, people out there who've had paranormal experiences, all sorts of different things, feel free to reach out. I would love to hear from you. Near-death experiencers, astral travelers who have been at this a while, things like that. We got a crazy storm here. I hope we don't get disconnected, but it's a possibility that we might. So just bear with me 1 minute. I'm just going to go get my drink really quick. I'll be about 2 seconds. I'm just going to throw on some music, but I won't be long. Only about a minute, not like a normal 5-minute break. see. I think we might have another call. Oh, didn't have my mic on. Sorry about that. Okay. Okay, let's see who this is. Okay, great. Looks like Night Sky wants to call in. All right, gonna call Night Sky right now, get her on the line.
Hi, FC.
Hey, hey. Sure.
How is that? Is there an echo? Or is that okay?
Sounds good. I'm just gonna check the audio on my end. One moment.
Is there an echo?
Yeah, I'm hearing the Skype connecting sound. That was strange. All right, I'm gonna call you again, Night Sky. All right, you there? Uh-oh. Hope we didn't lose connection. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry, guys. One moment. Okay. Always something with this technology. Wish there was like a master course in podcasting correctly. It's always something. All right. Trying one more time here.
Okay, can you hear me?
All right, you sound good.
Yay!
All right,
good.
much better, much better.
Just before I forget to mention,
Mm-hmm.
4B.
For what?
Oh, I'm hearing you in 2 different times now.
Oh,
Yeah, it's.
you sure you don't have, do you have
Now I can.
YouTube on? Okay, is that better?
Okay.
Or is it still echoing?
No, it's fine now. I didn't have the sound off.
No problem.
Yeah, and so 4B's Truth was asking how can they call in?
Mm-hmm. How could they call in?
Yeah.
Yeah, the phone number at the top right, which is a U.S. phone number, 979-272-4111. And then I also have Discord open. So, but it's usually better to go through the Skype line, I've noticed. So.
Great. Well, I just wanted to say a big congratulations for reaching 3,000 subscribers.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
And yeah, and just a really big thank you from me for all of the great content that you're putting out there. It's really had such a massive impact for me in my journey, which I'm very grateful for.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you
I
fine.
think I had my mic muted. I'm sorry, guys. So you could hear me, but the audience
Okay.
couldn't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right. So, anyways, Night Sky was. I was just saying to her, it was amazing how we came across each other, and were analyzing things from not just a Buddhist perspective, but overall perspective, and how our all of our journeys have just progressed to this point. And you come at it with a unique perspective with the Buddhist background, and my previous experience with it too. So it's just really cool to meet you, and I really enjoy our friendship, and I'm grateful that we have met.
Oh, thank you so much. And it's mutual, very much so. We've really, I know for me, you've been a catalyst in my learning, in my journey, and yeah, it's just beautiful how these, like, our paths can cross at the right time, and we can support and encourage each other. And through you, also, I've met others that I can share with in these ways and connect with. So, yeah, it's wonderful how these things come together like that.
Oh, I totally agree. The connections that have come from the channel are just awesome. I mean, there's everyone out there. Everyone out there is just so great, and we are. It's just so awesome to be able to share this information and go back and forth with one another, and us learning off each other. It's great. I mean, the comment section, the live chat, it's always just it's awesome. It's just incredible. It never ceases to amaze me. Every day I see something cool as hell, and then we go off and we have our discussions over on Discord and Skype and Zoom, and now we got the Astral Club going together. It's just the progression we've all made is just awesome. And there's no bosses, there's no gurus, none of that shit. It's all about the sovereign perspective and all of this, and furthering our escape plan. It's just great. I'm so thankful to everybody.
And you've really made that possible just from putting yourself out there the way that you do, and working so hard to bring these areas of research to the channel, and to share with everyone in the way that you do, which is very down to earth and empathically, and in a way that it's easy to relate to you. So yeah, there's been lots of highlights for me on the videos that you've posted, and I think some of them are the Cheryl Mackenzie. I think that's how you say the name. Like, her videos was so touching, very humbling.
Cheryl's story, yeah.
To hear her account, and the Frank Zappa videos just blew my brain. It took me a long time to work through that, because just learning how saturated all of these social media platforms are, how controlled it is, and how we're cattle herded into various pens, that everything is controlled in that sense, and that was helpful for me, because up until that point my interest had been in researching external things, such as I have an interest in megaliths and stone circles and dolmens and things, but also the topics of mud flood and giants and Tartaria and geomancy, necromancy, the kind of layers of control methods that are in place, and when through that, I realized that how can I learn anything about this stuff? It's very limited because it's drip fed. The information is drip fed to us. You know, so there is information out there that we can learn, but I think that was a turning point for me to realize that it was limited with how far I can go with that external exploration, and it really helped me to begin coming into the internal, into the inner world, and also a part of that has been the Jerry Mazinski videos, interviews.
That was big for me too.
Right, and you know, it helped me piece many things together about my past, about hearing voices and feeling influenced. You know, and that opened the doors for me with learning about egregores and the egregoric structure of things, and you know, and that kind of led as well into the Monroe Institute things with learning about Lush, and you know, and how we are feeding stations.
That's
you know,
so crazy.
And so rather than focus on how do we bring down a system externally, like my interest is in how do I stop providing energy for food externally, and how do I retain that energy and empower myself with it. You know, it can feel quite powerless to realize the world is the way that it is. And there are many layers that happen of that realization. Like I lost my mind twice. It felt like as I realized that nothing I thought was true was true. You know, I had to reorganize the way that I saw the world. And I experienced paranoia, and you know, it's not an easy process to come into this.
No, it's not. It's a struggle. It is, and I don't think anyone can go through all these truths and not come out. Well, not come out, but be involved with seeing it's difficult to stomach it all. It's difficult to also, like we were talking about privately not that long ago, even just our participation in it, and how we furthered things without even knowing it. And it's all a learning experience, right? There's no guidebook, there's nothing. And it truly takes us as individuals one by one to go through the weeds and, you know, just battle through it and then finally get on the other side and just come to a acceptance phase. It's almost like the stages of grief, going through all this, and even looking at I still look at some Tartaria stuff once in a while, or I'll still look at, you know, just random things that I know are just distractions, but it's just things I like, you know. So there's nothing wrong with us still going out and enjoying some of this older stuff that we used to be more entrenched with, you know, more obsessed with. And you know, it's cool. It's we still gotta enjoy ourselves, and there's a lot of time. We got plenty of time, but I think still, with us in particular, I think it's great that, you know, the outlook is the astral projection and lucid dreaming aspect to all this. Yeah, so just don't worry about. I understand the whole Tartaria thing and all that stuff, and it's not like that's not interesting. It's so beautiful, you know. All the architecture is beautiful. The theories behind it is wild and all over the map, and it's incredible what's out there. But I still dabble in it on occasion, just not nearly as much.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you back now.
Great.
Yeah, I heard you saying up to Tartaria. Like, you know, it's still great to look into that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm totally on board with that. But in the time that I was researching, like nothing has felt more fascinating to me than like going inwards now.
Yes.
And working with the astral projection and working with lucid dreaming, and that feels like it's just opened up a whole new world for me, in the sense that it is something I can work directly with. It's something that is very much available to me. I didn't realize how much until I've given it attention, and then it started developing, like the being able to remember my dreams, being able to look into their meanings, working with myself, like familiarizing myself in an energetic state, and you know, be preparing to come into an astral state more consciously. You know, these things are. It's giving me a new direction, I guess. Before, I used to think only in terms of worst case scenario, Armageddon, survival. You know, how am I gonna? What do I need to prep for? And now I have like this whole another avenue really to put my attention and focus into, which is, you know, preparing for it's experiencing myself on in all these ways while I'm still alive, and preparing to be able to die consciously, so I can be ready for whatever is to come. And you know, the soul group series is just you know, absolutely amazing, and I loved it, and I had so much fun meeting new people through that, but really learning a lot. And I think what I learned the most was I need to find out for myself, you know, has this been my in-between life experience, you know, which I want to do through regression hypnotherapy.
Sure. That's great. Yeah, that the Life Between Lives series was great, because we all got a good chance to know each other better, because of the length of it, you know, it was just so long, and a lot of people hung on to the whole thing. I mean, it was incredible how many people stuck it out, and we got to know each other, I think, on a deeper level, especially during that series, and it was really, really great, and just took on a life of its own with that. So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, just to reiterate, by long you mean 4 hours per
per video.
episode.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Yeah, and we were there the whole way.
Yeah.
You know, you were a warrior with it. You know, it was you just held it right till the end, and it was fascinating content. So yeah, these things, I think, you know, they kind of trigger maybe not memory, but just things in us that say something about that rings true for me. Something about that's familiar, and it's worth finding out more about. But yeah, so these things, I guess through this I've moved from a sense of things are happening outside that I can't, I don't know what to do about them, and I feel, you know, that I don't have control, to feeling like I have power, and I have these options and choices, and so much that I can explore, which is not based on somebody else telling me information, not based on me having to decipher that information. It's you know, it's authentic to me, and no one can tell you what that is either, you know. And I think in terms of spiritual awakening, you know, there's so many ideologies and ways that that it's painted to be, you know, and with the hierarchy of teachers and students and everything, it can be very confusing to navigate. But you know what happens in that is it takes us away from our own direct experience, and that is like what is spiritual, and that is what helps us to evolve. You know, is to be able to go within and work out like our bodies and feel what are our emotions, sensations, what are the correlating thoughts that come up. You know, what is it like to try and be conscious in the dream state and to get acclimatized to the astral body. So this is really empowering.
It is, and like we've said before, it's the most logical next step that we can take, and I just can't think of no better group to do that with. Even though we're all doing it as individuals, I can't think of a better group of people to be involved with on this part of our journey, my journey, your journey. It's great, and I really think I have a lot of optimism.
Hello.
Oh, hold on one sec here. I think we got someone. Oh, Night Sky, you want to head on over to Discord? Because there's a few people in the chat there. We'll probably be able to do that a little bit easier over there.
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, talk to you there. Thanks.
Okay.
Hey. Oh. Hello. How you doing, Oracle? Can you hear me?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Yes.
Okay, I just got to get the volume levels fixed here. It's a little high. Hold on one sec here. Night Sky, you want to try talking for me really quick, please?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was really high. No wonder why. Okay. Here's a 200. What the hell? Okay, all right. Now, hopefully it's coming through. All right, you guys just want to do a quick mic test for me really quick? Just say a quick hello so I can...
Testing.
Okay.
Testing.
Thank you. All right, Oracle.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right. Thank you both. I very much appreciate it. All right. So welcome aboard. I think Dingo was in the chat too, in Discord as well, but took off. So Dingo, if you're out there and want to join us as well, feel free. Oracle, great to have you on.
Thank you.
So Night Sky, did you want to add anything to what you were saying before? Sorry to cut it short like that. I just thought it'd be easier because a few people were coming in the Discord voice chat, so it'd be better just kind of condense everybody there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just to say, as you've already mentioned, that there's the new astral projection and lucid dreaming server, and the aim with that is to develop a regular practice group that we can share together and talk about what techniques are working for us, and and encourage each other with practice and build a momentum to help us in our individual practices.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just having a little bit of the audio was kind of high, so I just had to deal with that while you were talking. Yeah, no, it's going to be great. We already had our first meeting, so for anyone interested, even if you're catching this video a year from now, everyone is welcome, from beginners to advanced. We highly encourage everyone of all levels to come in and join and give it a try. See if it's something that you want to explore and give a go. And to the advanced people, please come in, share with us. resources, positive, yeah, successful stories, failures, what's worked, what hasn't, interesting experiences, all that stuff. Looking for everyone of all levels to come and interact with us inside the Astral Projection and Lucid Dreaming Discord. And Night Sky, if you don't mind, maybe throw up another invite link just for anyone who might have just dropped in that might be interested.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, Oracle, welcome to the show. Is there anything you wanted to add?
Not really. I've been following along with what you've been doing for a while, and I do approve. Took part in many different types of meditation groups in the past, and also healing groups, which is also important to get different people together with different healing techniques and share and learn different techniques.
Great.
It all works well together.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing we got going, and I think there's like the healing aspect to the energy work, things like Reiki, even just the whole mental aspect to it, the projection, the intention, all that stuff. It's a really, really interesting subject in and of itself. So what are you what type of groups were you involved with? Anything in particular, like Reiki or just intention-based things, or?
I started off with reflexology and massage, and just went on to just different energy healings. At the same time, with the different healing groups that we had different people from different fields, but we all worked well together. And there's like 7 or 8 people, and you just invite other people along who want to have worked on, and everyone can work on them and share and show their different techniques. It actually worked out quite well for everybody.
Great. Very cool. Springleaf, how you doing?
Hello.
Good to see you.
It's really cool that you do reflexology work. Combines really nicely with Reiki.
Yeah.
I kind of do some similar stuff to it as well. You guys were talking about reincarnation. I got a bit late here. I had some weird experiences with that. I had like a guy healing some past lives stuff. It was like he was not messing with my mind, but like touching like super deep stuff. It felt like some kind of movie. Like he was touching movies, like a movie film, you know.
Okay, so he's interesting.
He had a pretty interesting story life, like all the recent and dramatic times that he died on past lives. He experienced them all in this lifetime to wake him up to those things. Really interesting. I had some fears because of it as well. Like my past life, I died as a kid in a well.
Oh boy.
So for a good time, I was afraid of deep waters, and I also feel very childish in a way because I got robbed of my childhood and past life.
Oh boy.
Really interesting.
Yeah,
And there was
absolutely.
a
So did you died in the well, or I assume, right?
I died on a well. Yeah, we supposedly we had a well on and I was playing and I dropped down on it. Um, and I had like another very traumatic one. I was a monk in France, and we had to pay stuff every month, and someone didn't pay, and they accused me of doing it, not paying.
Oh man. Oof.
Yeah, and you know how medieval stuff does judge things.
For sure. Jeez.
Yeah, I
That's
had a ton of
horrible.
people judging me for it, and they threw me off a very high bridge.
Jeez.
So I guess that's why I fear so much of being judged, and I had this weird fear of heights as well. So it's pretty interesting how you have those fears that
Yeah.
come from past lives.
Yeah, they absolutely carry over. Do you have any birthmarks by any chance either?
I have some. It's kind of funny. My cousin has like a heart in his arm.
Has what on his arm? I'm sorry, you broke up briefly.
He has a birthmark in the
Okay.
form of a heart.
Oh, and a heart.
Makes you wonder what happened before he
Whoa,
died.
yeah. What the heck? Did he literally die of a broken heart?
I don't know. It could be a clue, actually.
Hmm. Interesting.
I don't have many visions of past lives, but I've done some questions with my pendulum, and I got some interesting answers. Apparently, I was a monkey before I was human, like some kind of tree monkey, even on other planets before Earth. And I jumped from animal to animal by curiosity. I I was later a dog, uh, and the weird thing is I wasn't a wild dog or a pet dog. I was protected somehow. I wasn't too happy or too scared. Like you know how they you have those camps where they protect animals.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like that.
that's great. That stuff. It's always
Uh,
fascinated me that they can do that.
so like I jumped from animal to animal out of curiosity, but somehow I got manipulated into becoming human. And I wasn't here for the caveman stuff, but I supposedly I've been here for quite a good while.
Mm. Yeah, I believe the same thing, man. I think we've been here for a long, long time. I think even to get to the point where you see all this, I think you've probably had to have been here a while. I think that goes for probably everyone who has come to the conclusion that we have about the reincarnation trap. So that's just my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe really, really young souls could figure it out. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't know.
You know, I have like a deep thing, like uh, it's the trauma of forgetting who you were. Like, there's a lot of things in you that really wanted you to not forget, and we kind of have things like that, like in the world, like the face on Mars. It feels like it was made so we didn't forget what happened before, but somehow we forgot still.
Mm.
It's pretty weird.
For me personally, I don't believe there really is a physical Mars. I think basically my opinion is NASA, SpaceX, every government space agency are frauds and fakes. They're not actually showing you anything in space. But that doesn't mean that there isn't reason, meaning behind it, because they, you know, NASA, for instance, is an occult organization. So
Yeah.
they, you know, just because they're frauds doesn't mean that they're not putting out some sort of layered truth that's hidden. It's just you have, you know, the first layer, which is bullshit, and then you have the second layer, which is kind of semi-bullshit, or a lot of, you know, and then you have some sort of underlying truth underneath of all of that. So, but that's my opinion. That's why even in, you know, the server that you and I share in, the whole secret space program, all that stuff, I don't believe any of that.
That's kind of what makes it a good lie, to
Mhm.
have some truth on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it does make you wonder. Like, I was thinking the other day, you consider red color, right? But like, I see reds in a way, but you don't know how I see reds. Like, you could have blind colored people, but you don't necessarily know what red is to them. Like, I could, for all you know, I could be seeing green, and I'm calling it red. But you'll never know, because how do you describe a color?
Yeah, and there's, you know, there's the thing where some people are seeing one color and another person is seeing a different one, and that whole thing is interesting too. And then even it goes to our perception on our senses too, and how limited we are to these set senses, but which opens up a whole nother conversation. But yeah, I'm just kind of shooting from the hip there.
It makes you wonder. There's like things that you will never know.
Oh, no, yeah, there's tons
You
of
need
things
you
we'll
need
never know.
more to know them, basically. So like, I kind of think that way about Mars. Like, I would only know that Mars existed if I was there, pretty much.
Mhm.
It's kind of like how some people believe in spirits. Like, I don't believe in spirits. I know they exist because I
Yeah, there's
experienced
no
them for
belief.
myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some things you really need to live them to know them.
Hmm. Yeah, and that's the weird thing about just well, not the weird thing, the intentional thing with just science in general, and how it is so limiting to our growth, because it keeps the mindset in a certain direction and it's not allowed to go outside of there. So there are things that we have proven to ourselves that science would never be capable of proving. And so just by that alone, and science is a firewall to having humanity progress further, because it's just by its limitations alone, it blockades us from furthering our gnosis, so to say.
They don't even play by their own rules. Like, there's so many scientists saying one thing, but it's all based on theory. They don't even do experiments anymore. Like,
Mm-hmm.
how can you conclude something out of a theory? How do you still call that science?
I agree. It's just, you know, it was set up on purpose to blockade us. That's the only logical explanation for science. It's to keep things within the material constructs, and barely anything is allowed to be explored outside of that. That's, even though, of course, today with, you know, certain aspects of it, they are opening up a little bit more, but it's still limited like crazy. So my opinion is it was there for a reason, and that's to just, again, blockade us from learning further about ourselves and what's outside of us that isn't of a material nature.
Yeah. I heard like the Bible before used to talk about reincarnation. There was like a king or something that demanded to remove it from the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, and the Bible's all out of order, and there's things missing. Yeah, I was actually going to do a show on that at some point. Excuse me, but yeah, there was reincarnation taken out of it for sure.
yeah. I'm thinking what else I know about reincarnation. I read some books. I think I have one here. Yeah. From Doran Virtue. She has a nice book about between lives.
Okay.
It's a really interesting book, but if you think about it, it's mostly making you believe that life is a game and making you focus on playing it instead of living it. Pretty much, like she talks about having schools between lives to help you understand like how to deal with emotions, how to deal with envy, how to deal with that kind of stuff. And it's interesting because how we have a Discord to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. People doing their own researches and talking about it, but it's focusing you on living here. It's not really opening you up to the possibilities of what you actually can do. Like you're not learning how the universe works. You're just learning how to cope with life, basically. Like there's no lessons to learn. There's like you're an infinite being. What is and you're basically God. You already know everything. What's there to know? Right?
I agree. Yeah, no, it's like hello. Well, the whole thing with us being, with the narrative, especially from the Western point of view, to you're basically a bag of bones when you die, and that's it. It's just so freaking absurd. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
They mostly say like, oh, we can't test that spirits exist. we can't test those things, so we can't basically say that it's true or not. Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
You always had mechanisms and machines that could see that stuff. Like the original video cameras, they could actually see spirits. They were made into they had filters to make it hard to see spirits with it. Like there's many things that used to see spirits with, and I think red vision or
ultraviolet.
Yeah, ultraviolet, and those scanners that they use on planes or
Yes.
boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, those can pick up on flying demons and stuff like that as well.
Radar and things like that.
Those things exist. They just start neglecting that information.
Absolutely. I think that there are entities around us every moment of every day. We are so limited in our perception and our visual spectrum that we just can't see them. But in my opinion, we're next to them all day, every day. And some are capable of coming in and out of our reality at different moments. And then there are ones that are just in the background doing whatever the hell they're doing.
It's really interesting how like you say, oh, I just started doing spiritual stuff. I don't know how to do anything. But that's not true. Like you daily do spiritual stuff. Like if I tell you a story and you keep paying attention to what I'm saying, it's like you see in your mind what I experienced. and you think that's your imagination, but it's not. You're actually remote viewing what I experienced. It's like you can't say you don't have those abilities. You're just not paying attention to it. And like you were saying, we have spirits everywhere. Uh, if you knew how to quiet your mind, you'd understand that a lot of the ideas that come to your mind are actually not yours.
Yeah, they're
Like
thought
you would
implants.
be able to distinguish what's yours and what's not.
Yes, that's a big one. That's a big one, man. Yep, well said. Couldn't agree more.
I have to tell you, I had like really hard times and I was super negative, and I thought I feared who I was. I really did, because I had really scary ideas. Like, I would see a new friend and I would like have ideas of how to rob that guy, and I was like, I never stole from anyone. Why
Where's
do I
that
have
coming
these
from?
ideas?
Yeah, where is that coming? Yeah,
Yeah, and once I started to meditate and understand how my ideas work, like how ideas can pop in your mind, I started to understand that, because I wasn't doing well emotionally. So I was attracting beings that vibrated the same way I did. And by them wanting me to do what they wanted, they tried to influence me in some ways. So the ideas I was having were not mine; were from those beings.
For sure. Yeah, no, they're thought implants that if you're not, let's just say, grounded enough and capable of discerning them with the wrong personality type, could throw someone over the edge to do something really messed up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you do have those as well, and it's amazing how we are bombarded by implants and things like that. Like it can come from anywhere, but it's also very easy to deal with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a matter of shutting them down, laughing at them, and say, "Get the fuck out of here." You know, it's actually pretty easy to handle them, but it just a lot of people don't even necessarily. They might say, "Oh, where the hell did that thought come from?" But they're not gonna think beyond that and analyze to the point where they're saying, "Oh, well, maybe it's not my thought. Maybe it's some entity fucking with me, or whatever the case may be." Or that is that is what it is, but you get what I'm saying.
I want to share like a fun experiment I did.
Sure.
I managed to make a bird sleep.
I think you mentioned this. Yeah, please share that. Yeah.
Did I like
in Discord? I think you did, but not on the stream. So yeah, please share that. That'd be great.
I had like a very loud bird in my house. He used to belong to someone else, and he was gifted to my aunt because I think the owners died. So the bird was very loud, and he was not happy to be there. And we had a hard time in the morning because he just screamed all morning. So I was like, well, I do energy stuff. What if I could calm the bird somehow? And I tried many things, but it was funny how easy it was to calm the birds. Like I had other moments where my dog was scared of thunder. He was scratching the door of our house because of how scared he was. And I would just imagine him feeling protected, like the feeling of being protected. I just focused on my intention. And in seconds, he stopped scratching the door as he felt the energy coming to him.
Yeah.
In that case, I used emotion. In the case of the birds, I just imagined, I had two ways to I either imagined him in a blue light, like glowing blue, or as if he looked blue, or I just imagine his eyes closed. And every time he actually closed his eyes, I would use that as confirmation that it was working, and it would work.
Great.
He would have a really hard time keeping his eyes open.
Your intention put him to sleep.
He wouldn't sleep. He wouldn't sleep, but it's like I was giving him a need to close his eyes. Like he was receiving in his head like a suggestion, like a need to close his eyes. So in a way, that's how demons and things like that influences as well. Like you feel a need to do something, you know. That kind of happens with food as well. Like when you're eating a lot of sweets, you get parasites in your body, and they crave sweets, they crave acidity, so they make you desire to eat sweets even more. And if you keep like 3 days without eating sweets, they die off, and you no longer feel the need to do it. It's pretty interesting how those are so similar.
Sweets are really, really bad for you, especially if you have any sort of advanced health issues going on, particularly the big C. Don't want to, this isn't medical advice, we're not a doctor or anything like that, but sweets are some of the worst thing you can do if you get the big C, or eat, if you get that. So yeah, completely. The parasites love sugar.
Sorry?
I said that the parasites love sugar.
Yeah, those do, and they can come from many different foods. It's amazing how much food we have that actually has sugar.
Yeah, all the added sugars. It's crazy.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you think, oh, I didn't eat much sugar today. No, you already ate a fucking ton of sugar. I used to eat like some cereals I liked with tons of seeds, and I didn't know how I loved that one more than the other ones. Of course, you had fucking sugar. So it's really interesting. I did try the bird thing on other animals. I tried on dogs. Not all dogs feel it, because they have more control over those suggestions. Like they can kind of distinguish them somehow, but I could still influence them to do something. Like if a dog was tired and I did the influence for him to sit down, he would sit down because he already had the need there, you see. I tried with cats. They don't really care. Cats don't really care about that stuff. And I tried to humans as well. Not a lot, but I tried to my cousin. He felt like the needs, like I was saying, the need to do what I was making him do. But it's your choice if you want to do it or not. And on that subject, it's really interesting how beings force you to agree to stuff. Like you're trying to see auras, or you're trying to see spirits, and you're having a hard time, and they will pop in your mind ideas like, oh, this is impossible, oh, this is too hard, to make you agree to them. And once you agree, you make it truth. You're making it harder for yourself because you're agreeing to those ideas.
That's the biggest problem. Yep, it's the consent factor. It's all the consent. Yep.
Yeah, the consent is really powerful in manipulation. Like it's amazing. Like, you know how you say all the time, like, oh, I'm bad with names. oh, I'm bad with recognizing faces. You are because you agreed to it, pretty much. You say it all the time. Like, if you did the opposite, you said all the time that you're actually good at it, and you agreed to it, you'd make you would invert that actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're casting it down too. You're by saying it, you're furthering its power, you know, along with the consent.
Another thing you can conclude is if agreement is everything, then disagreeing is also powerful. And I've experienced this as well. Like if you feel yourself becoming sick, you can just say, "I don't agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree. I don't allow it.
Don't allow it." Yes. Yep. Yeah.
And by you doing that, because you're a free being, if you say that, it cannot be. You don't accept it. You don't agree with it. It cannot exist because you don't allow it, and it just repels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you do need to believe in your own in your
yeah.
own word to happen.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to believe with pretty much every fiber of your being that that's the case for sure. And I'll even go as far as saying that even in some cases, you know, with agreements that were made before we even came here, play a big role, obviously, too. Some of which you have to, in order to break them, you have to kind of know they even exist in the first place. For instance, maybe some sort of terminal disease or something like that, and who knows how that all works, because I think some of it can be prevented through intention and breaking consent, and then I think some of it, unless you know the finer details of what was made prior, it might not necessarily be able to be broken because it was already agreed upon before you came here. That's just some of my thoughts. But I think for the everyday monotonous stuff, excuse me, like if you get a cold or, you know, fever or migraine, things like that, like I've been able to kind of mitigate migraines with, you know, chi balls, energy balls, intention, things like that, very, very, you know, easily. And then there are times when it'll lessen the symptoms, but not necessarily get them completely out, whereas they're gone. So I find that interesting how it does work sometimes and then it doesn't others. So, but either way, there's some effect we can have on it. I'm sorry?
I have some theories on that.
Yeah, please share.
One of the big ones is you do something, but you fail at it. Like you get a belief of not being able to do it. Like you do one time, but the second you try again, you say, "Oh, this is too hard," and it becomes like that. It becomes harder and harder. And there are actually beings that actively try to keep you from doing them. Like the first time you do it, it becomes blocked. Like so, the second time you try to do it, it becomes harder and harder. Same way. And there are other instances like you could use energy to cure something, but given the subject, it could vary. Like some other things, energy won't work as well as good. Like I had some experiences with tooth pain. If it was an infection, I could heal it with energy. But in the case of a dentist that places poison in your teeth to kill it, you can't really stop that pain because it's not an infection in you; it's an infection placed on you. Like if something is stabbing you, you can't stop the pain with energy. You need to take out the stabbing. It's kind of my logic on that. So if you're feeling a headache and you're doing energy on it and it's not working, it could be that it's not in you. The problem might not be in you. It might be something beaming the pain on you, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't agree more. Yeah.
So in that case, you would have to say like, I don't allow this.
Exactly.
Maybe it would work better for you that way.
Yeah.
But the headaches are not the easiest things to deal with because
especially when
it
you're
can
in the
make you
moment.
really miserable.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
So any specific things you wanted to talk about?
It was just kind of wide open. Just wanted to kind of have a group conversation, or if people wanted to call in one by one, and just kind of leave the floor open to whatever you all wanted to discuss. So it's been great so far. I've heard all sorts of different things. So it's great that everyone is chimed in.
I know a little bit about everything, pretty much. So I kind of get lost on what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, feel free to continue sharing. Does anyone else want to share anything? Oracle or Night Sky? Anything else you wanted to add to the conversation? That Springleaf has been bringing up. Anything, or anyone in the chat? And then of course,
my view is to learn more. Pretty much, if you can start to learn to heal others, you can help to learn to heal yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And if people sort of share techniques and abilities, and then that can actually help grow more understanding of what your situations you're in and what you're dealing with.
For sure.
I'm reading the comments here. There was someone saying it has a hard time quieting the mind.
Mm.
It's not easy because we are so used to keeping our mind busy. Like you're programming yourself to be busy. You're always looking at the phone or the TV, or you're having mental dialogues. Like your mind is always active. You don't stop it. So once you do stop, you already programmed your mind to not stop. So it's hard to get that habit out. And if you stop meditating, it comes back. It's harder to come back to me.
Agreed, and I think a big helpful tip for anyone having trouble quieting the mind is, again, I talk about this a lot, is mindfulness alarm, mindfulness training, being able to set that alarm for every 45 minutes to an hour to go off, and drop everything you're doing. You have as soon as you get up to the time you go to bed, let it go off every 45 minutes to an hour. As soon as the alarm goes off, you stop everything and go and just do some breathing in and out, deep breaths for a minute, or if you want to exceed the minute, go for it, and then you continue about whatever you just dropped that you were doing. And I find that very helpful to quiet the mind in the long term. Also, mindfulness walking, not necessarily rushing to go out on the trail, and don't walk as fast, take small steps, things like that, which I'm not the best at, but I've done it in the past. And when I was
kind of weird though, you want to do something but you're not thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
But you can't do it though.
You can do it, yeah, and it works, I swear it works, or at least it worked for me. And I learned it from a group of Zen Buddhist monks, and it helped me tremendously. So, yeah, give it a shot.
You can have a normal life without having mental dialogue.
Yeah.
You can do it, you're just not used to it,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. I found that as well. And it's interesting to observe when the mental dialogue begins and what triggers it. So for me, like when I have an emotion and a correlating sensation in the body, that then there's a mental dialogue of a scenario or something that's going to happen in the future or that happened in the past. So the mind it's almost a knee-jerk reaction of the mind to formulate a story based on what's happening in my body. So for me, experiencing what's happening on a somatic level, it kind of then prevents a need for the contraction of mind to start doing its thing. And because usually we're just in our minds, right? We're cut off at the neck from the body, and we think of ourselves as in our heads, that's our location, and everything that we experience is with commentary from the mind. So yeah, it's been really anchoring for me to come into the body and see that I don't need to be thinking all the time. And it frees up a lot of energy as well when you're not thinking all of the time, or when you realize that you're thinking, you kind of just see that's happening, and then it allows you to come back into the body. And for me, meditation, the main thing the technique I use is following the breath, and then eventually you're not really focused on the breath. You're more in a kind of flow of just experiencing, perceiving, and relaxing. But yeah, I definitely use the breath to come into the body.
You become an observant pretty much.
It's not so much like that. It's not like I'm outside observing like I used to be. That's definitely a part of the process for sure, and it's a very useful tool and very helpful. But it feels more like now there's a merging, and I'm not separate from everything that is happening. There's a heightened sense of perception, hearing, for instance, and just an awareness of everything taking place in that moment, whether it's thought, whether it's breath, whether it's sound.
You would think like having a mental dialogue would be useful, but it's actually not, because if you're having a mental dialogue, it means you're trying to figure out something. You're trying to make logic out of something. But if you actually had your mind quiet all the time, you'd be more in tune with your intuition, and your intuition already knows everything.
Right.
So
yeah, we don't realize that we can use our mind for specific tasks, and the mind is fantastic at that, problem solving and dualistic based tasks, right? But that then we can come back into this inner intelligence, like this intuition that you say, and then we have a far wider access to experience that it doesn't need categorization, and where polarities can exist at the same time. There can be, I always forget this word, I can't remember it now, but there can be gray area. It doesn't have to be black or white, or right or wrong, and that's all categorization of the mind. So we experience life through this filtration of a dualistic mind. But when we come into the more somatic experience of our being, then it just so much more comes on to our right brain intuition.
if I gave you a puzzle and I gave you the answer, would it be fun? I guess it works kind of like that. Right? You want to experience how to get there. You want to figure out for yourself. But with intuition, you can instantly know the answer. Like it's no longer a puzzle. It's just, you know, it becomes an easy task. And it's interesting how useful it can be. Actually, I heard stories of kids in India training with intuition, like picking cards and knowing what cards they were. They would get so strong, such a strong intuition that school tests were super easy because they could just see the answers on the desk of the teacher. And it's not necessarily a bad thing because, I mean, sure, you're cheating school, yes, but some topics on school don't really matter, and you could just cheat your way. Uh, so many so many aspects in your mind that you get lost looking for answers where you could just instantly know them all. Like,
Mm.
what's
And
better than knowing the answer to everything?
right, and sometimes we miss what that the question is actually more important than the answer.
It is. It
Yeah,
is.
yeah, it's the process of the question and where that takes you to. And also the not knowing, the not having to know. You know, the mind operates very much on a problem solution basis. So it sees a problem and it has to come up with solutions. But when you're in a space of not knowing and allowing, you know, and waiting, you know, to understand more, then yeah, it's a whole different paradigm to kind of approach it from.
It's really cool you say that. You just opened my mind to understanding why we have mental dialogue. It's to come up with more questions, basically.
Maybe. I had a good analogy I was told, which I like, about the mind, is that the mind is like a faithful dog, right? It just wants to serve you and it wants to help you, but it runs around in circles chasing its tail, right? And so
Yeah.
sometimes you have to say, look, okay, thanks, mind, that was really helpful. You know, I'll take that into consideration. And
You know,
like we'll come back to that. And when I speak to my mind like that, it calms it, you know. And I think also it's important to appreciate the mind isn't a filing system. You know, it's made to have, it has ideas, but it can't store those ideas. So the more that we can put stuff on paper or externally, like then the less crowded our mind needs to be. You know, it's really trying to help us. And there are better ways that we can work with it to do so.
it's interesting you say that. I actually learned how to program my mind. How I was so negative before was because I had bad habits. Like for example, I would wake up and stumble, and I would agree that that would mess my whole day. And once I something else bad happens, I would agree to keep doing that, to keep having negative ideas. So I was used to, my mind was basically on a spiral of having negative ideas. But once I started to do the opposite, to look for reasons to why I should be happy, like, oh, I saw a green car. I like the color green, so I should feel a bit happy about that. Like looking for reasons to be happy.
Mm.
And I like funny stuff. So I was constantly looking at reasons to be happy. And it's funny how I did it so much that my mind makes jokes on its own. Like I could be on my own and I would laughing my head off because of a silly idea I came up with. It comes to that point that you can program your mind to do anything, pretty much. And you
Right.
can't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I have programmed my mind to like wake up in specific times. You just need intention and a habit, and you will get there because your mind is better than any computer. Computers are copying what our mind can actually already do by nature. Too much.
Yeah, another aspect of that reminds me of is how, you know, our usual modality is to believe everything that our mind tells us. This is a terrible situation, you know, and whatever else it is, things that generate anxiety and fear, or even like having certain perceptions of a situation. And when you realize that you don't have to listen to that you can influence even your mind to have a different approach, like you were talking about with reasons to be happy, you know, in a situation, that it really gives you like a kind of new way to walk in the world and approach situations.
Yeah, it has to do with how you also react to things. Your mind remembers those. Uh, it's really interesting how we are so deeply connected to one another. Like I could be watching a movie and I'm in a meditative state. Like I might even not even be paying attention to the movie, and I will feel how others feel watching the movie. Like there's like a moment where you're supposed to cry, but I don't really care about the characters, and yet I'm gonna feel how people are reacting to it. Really interesting.
Right, and that reminds me of a whole nother avenue, which is the collective mind, you know, and that there is such a thing, and we don't have direct like conscious access to it, right? We can access it through dream states and through certain circumstances. Maybe for some people, it's a heightened ability they can access that, so they can do remote viewing. And you know, experience a person's death, like on the other side of the world, that, you know, is a close relative to them that they wouldn't otherwise have known was dying, you know, and these things. But you know, if we were all able to access collective mind, there's the potential of that is just incredible. You know, we could be an empathic race where we could
An
feel.
internet.
Pardon?
It's like an internet in your mind, basically.
Right. So we could feel each other's suffering. So therefore, we wouldn't want to inflict suffering on each other because we'd know what that feels like. And another aspect would be there would be no more lies, because you could tell when somebody was lying. And if you strip that one thing, then you strip down politics, institutions, governments, and corporations, because people could see the lies.
It's actually easy to see if a person is lying to you, but you do need to pay very carefully to your attention. Like you basically need to be aware of how you're feeling as you're talking to the person. Uh, I have had some experiences of like I did something to the person and the person was happy with what I did. I could feel their gratitude. I feel it like a soft breeze in my face if someone is happy with what I did, and I felt also anger from other people. Like if someone is mad and that person looked at me, it might not be directed at me, but because they had such a strong emotion and they were focusing on me, I would feel it. It's like they were crushing my stomach or my intestines.
Weird how it works that way. How you can just
Yeah,
pick up on the energy of others. Same thing happens.
I have an easier time if somehow it's directed to me or connected to me. I had a moment like I was waiting in line, and the guy was there for a really really long time, and he was ready to punch him. So he wasn't mad at me. He was mad at what was happening, and he looked back like, I quit. I'm not gonna be here any longer. And he had such a rage in his eyes. And when he turned back, I was behind him. And he had such a look to him. Like, once he looked at me with those eyes, I just felt my insides crushing. Oh, God. Like, it wasn't directed to me, but he was so mad and he was looking directly at me that I felt it so strongly. So yeah, you could daily feel those things. You're just not aware of them. And since I question literally everything I feel, it becomes easier for me to spot them. But I don't feel any different than what I used to before I knew those things. It's just that I can recognize them better.
You don't feel any different from it?
I do feel different, but I feel like I already felt those things, you know?
You're just able to fine tune it better.
Like how many times did you have in your day that you felt bad but you had no idea why? Like you had a head pain and you weren't doing anything related to it, right? You would feel like a pain and you would not know where it came from.
Apologies, I have to go. So thank you. We'll catch you later.
Great having you with us,
Good to hear you. So yeah, you daily feel those things, but you never took the time to question why you felt them.
Another important aspect of that is that in order to feel them for what they are, like outside influences coming in, for example, you really need to clear house within yourself first so that you're not being triggered and reacting from a subconscious place and you're not aware of it. And I know for some people it can be very difficult. They're so empathic that it can be really difficult to kind of walk in the world with receiving so much stuff from other people. But I think if we can clear house, like clear the stuff that is no longer relevant to us within us, and understand how we function, what our triggers are, work with trauma within us, really clear out the body and these residues, then yeah, you can experience stuff for what it is in the way that you're talking about.
You can also make it how you want it. Like the point you understand how things work, you can just use it however you like, because you know how they work. I can't see spirits. I have an easier time feeling them. But I hear people can, if they can see spirits, they can actually create a switch where you can stop seeing them and you can turn it back on to see them again. It's like a visual thing. If you imagine like a switch in your mind, or you imagine like a hat you put on, now you can see that. Like something like that. It's all basically beliefs anyway.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, that kind of goes even to some of the work that Jerry Marzinski did. I interviewed him a few times, and he basically says the same thing. Where this is kind of the more extreme example, but with schizophrenics, they're dealing with these entity attacks. And it's a really sad situation, particularly for those who get really deep in it. And it comes down again to denying these things. That's really the end result,
Oh, yeah.
so to say. They're the end solution, where you can go in and deny these things from interfering with your life. But there was an example he gave that was great, which shows how powerful these things are, in that basically, if a person has been experiencing this for quite some time, they get used to these things being around, and they get lonely. So even if they cast them out, so to say, and let them go, there was a great example Jerry brought up where he talks about how he had helped this guy, and he got rid of all of them, okay, with pure intention, and throwing and denying the consent of them interfering with their lives, with this person's life. And he was working in a prison setting at the time, so we're talking about people who are in prison. And the prisoner came to him, checked him the first week, and said, "Oh, well, it's just they're gone. It's nice that they're gone, but it's just odd." Then he comes back the next week 2, and says, "The silence is deafening. I can't take it anymore." Because the guy had become so used to these entities chirping in his ear that he basically missed them. That things got so quiet and so mundane that he literally invited these damn things back into his life. And then the cycle just jump-started and kept going. After a couple weeks of it being calm and him ridding them out of his life. So that's an extreme example, of course, but it just goes to show you how powerful these things are, but how easy they are also to get rid of. But in the extreme example with schizophrenic patients, they become used to them. It's really it's nuts. The whole
we
thing
do
going
that
on
with
there.
pain as well.
Mm-hmm.
We do that with pain as well. Like if you're used to working in a very stressful environment, and suddenly you're quiet, you're working better, you start to miss it because you worked on it for so long that
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
you kind of miss the suffering. It's like
Mm-hmm.
we are addicted to suffering in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, Earth is like I call it. It's the people have normalized everything and become used to it that they just don't give it a second thought. It's like Stockholm Syndrome on steroids, the entire realm we live in. And everything's become normalized. And the bulk of the population is completely content with their captors and just let things slide. And you give away this, you give away that, you give away this, you give away that, and it just goes on and on and on and on. Wait, someone
on the subject of schizophrenia, I recently saw some simple tricks to cure it. It has to do with seeing other dimensions, but it also has in some cases it's related to your mind as well. If you eat coconut oil, if you eat like 3 spoons of it every day, you will start to regenerate some brain tissue related to those things. There's a very simple tricks like that you can do to basically revert it in no time. It's just a matter of looking it up.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about coconut oil. I didn't know it would necessarily do that much, but interesting thing to think about. Another one I'll throw out there since we're talking about this, and we do have to be careful and just say that this is not medical advice, and you should consult your physician kind of more along the lines of a legal disclaimer. You should consult your physician before doing anything like this. One thing that I found helpful is iodine to help with your teeth. Swishing iodine, that's a big one. So if you're having issues with cavities or just tooth pain, try swishing iodine at least once or twice a day. If it's really bad, maybe do it 3 times a day until you start to feel better and have relief. And I swear by it, it definitely saved me some trips to the dentist, no doubt.
Oh, how do you spell that? Sorry.
Iodine, I think it's iodine. Iodine, iodine. And you can get it in the store easily.
It's amazing how I never heard about it. It's really cool.
People even take iodine for just daily. They'll swallow, a small amount of it just for overall general health. But again, it's not medical advice. It's just everyone should consult their doctor prior.
It's really hard to look up things related to teeth with all the censoring. Yeah, I never heard about this one.
Swish it in your mouth for at least a minute. And if you're having issues, really bad issues, then do it at least 3 times a day, I would say, for a minute each time. And after meals or whatever, it could definitely help. All right, there was a question that I saw. There's a couple questions, and I'm gonna try to get to a few, but there was one person who asked a while back, do pets have soul or spirit? And I absolutely believe that they have. Dogs, cats, birds, they all have a soul and a spirit. Okay. I can see it in my dog. Okay. I could see it in cats. I could see it in birds. I have no doubt. Now, something I've brought up as a something just to ponder. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but I think when we first get here, we start at a very, very base level. And I think it's all part of the conditioning process in order to keep us here as long as possible. So I think we may, this is just my opinion, there's no way to prove it obviously, I think we may start off our existence as something as simple as a blade of grass, a leaf on a tree, or some sort of plant, where we're just kind of observers of this reality. And then obviously we go through the process of death like we would in a body, not obviously the same thing, but that's my opinion. Then I think, after we get through that, then we might come back down here as a fish or a butterfly or a bird or a lion or this or that, okay? And I think it's just, in the beginning, it's more or less being observers and getting used to this reality and getting to know the ropes of what it feels like, okay? Then I think what they do is they implement you into the more predator aspect of life, where you might be a lion, again, you might be a bird, you might be, like a vulture or a hawk, a bald eagle, or you might be a monkey, all these things, okay? And I think that gets us also used to eating meat, okay? The killing aspect, the predator aspect in this. And then eventually you might become a dog, you might become a cat, well, even though we already said lions, cats, whatever, okay? Until you finally reach the end, which is the human form, okay? So you're primed. You see that? Like you've been primed the whole time from the beginning to the end. It's been a gradual process, and then you reach the human body, and it's almost the embedded programming in you from the previous lifetimes as the lower life forms is like it's an introductory course to bring you into the human aspect of things, and then it's probably mostly downhill from there. Until you figure out how to get the fuck out of here. That's my opinion on it. So I'm of the belief, well, it's almost, I don't even like to say it's a belief. It's a understanding, inner knowing that yes, all animals have a soul and a spirit. Now, I'm actually going to retract part of that statement. And these are things, because this is kind of a unique stream, I'll say it. And it's some people, you say, oh, this guy's fucking out of his mind, this and that. Well, when you get to the base understanding of that this is a holographic realm, okay? And outside in the astral, it's also the same. There are holographic birds, holographic entities that are up in the sky and around us. So obviously what I'm saying doesn't apply to those types of things. And, again, these are the whole holographic bird thing and holographic entities in the sky thing. That's something I have purposely gone out of my way not to talk about, because it takes away from the more important information that we discuss here. But to me, I have proven it to myself so many times, it's not even funny, where these things just appear out of nowhere. And I've even got tape of it. All sorts of weird stuff. Okay? So obviously it doesn't apply. Animals don't apply in that category. But the pets that we live with, the ones you can interact with on some form of a regular basis where you're connecting with them, you will know if they have that solar spirit. And I think all the ones that, like our dogs, our cats, our birds, parrots, whatever you have in your home, or if you have a farm, you have horses, cows, pigs, things like that. All those things have a soul and a spirit. So, yeah, there are channels out there that talk about animals not having a soul and spirit, and I think they're out of their fucking minds when it couldn't be more obvious, in my opinion.
It's like how people say animals don't have emotions.
I'm sorry?
It's like how people say that animals don't have emotions.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Anyway,
how does that make sense?
It's ridiculous. Anyone who has a pet would know that. I mean, just being around them, you can see it, you can feel it, everything. Like even just what you were talking about with the bird, Springleaf. What you were just pointing out, that is a prime example of it, where they have, where you're able to communicate with it and impact it on a level, even though it's a personal level. It's a connection of healing. I mean, that's not happening with some fake thing,
Yeah, Pretty much. I think it's related to how aware the being is. Like maybe the being is on autopilot. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, there's a personal level with all this too, especially if they're in your house or on your farm, things like that. Let's see. Junko brought up quantum immortality. So he was curious. He wanted to kind of get the group opinion on this. So I'll just throw this out there. What is quantum immortality? A common refrain in quantum theory is, quote, anything that can happen does, end quote. Shockingly, and with total disregard for our human experience, this seems to be true. When you consider what this means, the context of living and dying, a lot of weird, uncomfortable conclusions bubble up. In particular, if a situation can end with you either alive or dead, and every result literally does happen, then you will always experience a result where you live. No matter how ludicrously unlikely, if there's a 0 chance of surviving, then you always do. From your point of view, the world around you does whatever crazy contortions it must to ensure your continued point of view. Quote, quantum suicide, end quote, and quantum immortality get their name from this idea, and that it may be impossible to die from your own point of view, no matter how hard you try. Quantum immortality is a philosophical thought experiment about what happens when you combine quantum many-stateness with the anthropic principle and survivorship bias. It's worth underscoring that this is a thought experiment, not advice. It's an interesting idea, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. Well, this is someone's opinion. Okay, so the principle says that whatever needs to happen in order for an observer to be observing happened. For example, because you're reading this, then among other things, you must have access to the internet, speak English, live in an environment capable of supporting life, and were born rather than not born. For anyone, anything not reading this, none of those things may necessarily be true. On its own, the principle is already pretty powerful. It is the governing principle behind why you are here. Signs are always accurate. It says that nobody ever regrets playing Russian roulette. They only regret inviting their friends. And it explains why the Earth is capable of supporting introspective critters such as ourselves, despite all of the incredibly unlikely things that had to go right for that to happen. That last shouldn't seem too surprising. If only 1 in a million planets can support life, where would you expect to find living things? Now, we're not going to get down the road of planets. It's the quantum that makes the quantum suicide thought experiment interesting. You'll probably find a planet capable of supporting life in the universe because there are a lot of opportunities. And there's evidently a non-zero chance. What quantum theory does it change that probably to definitely if there's ever a non-zero chance? In classical physics, which is to say, when you just walk around and use your eyeballs, everything seems to be in a single state. Your coat is on one hook, not many. Your front door is open or closed, but not both. If you lose your keys, there's some place specific, even if you don't happen to know where. In quantum physics, on the other hand, when we assume that things are in only one state, our predictions fail. The most famous example of this is the double slit experiment, where coherent light is shined on a pair of slits. Regular readers are no doubt sick of regularly reading about the vaunted double slit experiment. Instead of seeing 2 bars of light on the far side of the slits, we instead see beats, many bars of light corresponding to interference between every possible path through the 2 slits. The terrifying thing about the double slit experiment is that it continues to work even when the light intensity is turned down to just 1 photon at a time. If we assume that each photon goes through only 1 slit, then we expect to see a buildup of photons in just 2 bars. The fact that we may see many bars indicates that photons go through both slits. Okay, so the question Junko has for you guys is, what are your thoughts on quantum immortality?
Oh. Well, we are infinite, pretty much. Like, that actually brings up some other questions, like how does time even happen? Like,
Yes,
because in the astral, time is irrelevant.
it is.
If you try to recall the experience you had, it's hard to when you are experiencing it, you feel as if it's a time limit. But when you try to recall it, it's like there's no order to it.
It's true.
It's really weird how that
It
works.
is. It is extremely weird.
Like, where does it begin? Where
Yeah.
does it end? Does it even have a beginning?
Yeah. No, that's a great question. I'm of the belief that it's just never ending. It just keeps going.
Yeah, makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
It's very hard to
Put your head
understand
around.
that.
Yeah, no, it's
There's no
hard.
words for it, pretty much.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, brother.
I wanted to share something. You were talking about the soul of animals.
Yeah.
My sister talked to a tree once. When I was a kid, we used to do like tree houses.
Mm-hmm.
And we had many kids that did the same as well. So we loved to play on trees and stuff like that. And my sister saw that as a bad thing. Because
Thought is a bad thing?
basically, yeah, because you were hurting the tree.
Oh,
the
okay.
tree,
All right.
the tree house, right?
That's a little slow on the take there.
So
Okay.
she got mad and she started to break the things that we placed on the tree. And the tree actually got mad at my sister. Because think about the tree. Where does the tree go to? Like, the tree is stagnant in one place. She can't go anywhere. She only interacts with the beings that come to her. And one of the most joyous things you have in life is playing with kids. They're so pure. So to have kids play on you, as it happens to the tree, that's a very joyful moment for the tree. Even if you're hurting the tree somehow, she's happy to have your company. It's really interesting, and she saw that as a vision.
Okay.
Like, trees don't speak with words. They speak with emotions and visuals.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she understood what the tree was saying, because the tree placed images in her head with strong emotions, and by the emotions she could feel that the tree was mad at her.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that.
I believe it. I admittedly have talked to trees. I've petted trees and all sorts of weird stuff. And you can pick up a connection with them. I have no doubt about that. And you can get some sort of transmission. And there are a lot of times multiple entities, beings, consciousnesses inside of a tree.
Oh.
Yeah, I've picked up on film a number of times all sorts of different faces. You can also have interactions with them where if you just let yourself be fluid in the conversation and just keep letting it go, don't stop, just keep letting it go, you can have a connection with them. There's no doubt. So I believe what your sister was experiencing was absolutely legitimate. What the intentions were is a whole nother story. You really can't harm a tree by, you know, sitting on top of it and this and that. I mean, maybe they don't like it, you know, but or maybe they have nefarious reasons.
Kind of breaking the tree to do the tree.
Oh, okay. Well, that's true. The tree, that's true. Yeah. So you're kind of all up in their shit, so to say. They're not gonna like that.
She didn't mind because she had kids constantly playing with her.
She had company. Yeah, she had company, and kids have that. You know, they have their imagination intact. They're more open to things like this, and as we get older, we lose that connection, and just by conditioning, you know, school. Our parents, our family, our friends' family, the TV, the radio, all these, you know, movies, all that stuff takes us away from using our imagination and interacting with our surroundings on the scale that is openly available to each and every one of us. So that's my opinion on it. As we get older, we lose that connection. But when we're younger, the world is our oyster, so to say. I guess is the best way I can phrase it.
How do you do that? How do you speak with trees?
For me, I was doing trial and error with meditative states. So it was weird because when I first started doing it, it was a spot that I would go to regularly. And I had a very just strong connection with the entire place where I would hike. But there were always certain trees that I guess I connected with more than others. Like I felt some sort of draw to them. At the time, I didn't know that it was some sort of communication. I didn't. Like it took me some time to recognize that. But over the course of a few years and going there regularly, I started to feel this connection. And so that's when I decided to go outside my comfort zone and start communicating, taking pictures, like getting really, really close with the camera and going from the bottom of the trunk all the way up and then going outside to each branch with the camera. Just like that intention right there, zooming in on the leaves, sending it love. You know, I'm just gonna say it flat out. It was doing things like projecting love and kindness and intention, saying hello, how you doing, you know, hope you're well. I mean, really, you know, really corny shit, but
that's how it works.
I was led there naturally. The whole thing was natural. It wasn't as if, you know, I walked in there at the beginning and started doing this. It was natural. The whole progression of it. So that's the best way I can describe it. Engulfing yourself in it, you know, letting yourself go too. That's so important. It's just letting yourself go, not worrying about what some asshole in the park is going to think of you, or some other person is going to say or think or this or that. Just let it go. Just let it go and see what happens. I could almost guarantee that if you put enough energy and intention into it, you're gonna have some sort of interaction. It might not be the first time or the second time, but Or you could have it the first, second time. I don't know, but just go ahead and give it a try. You'll be shocked that we have this ability to communicate with things as simple as a tree.
What you were saying kind of also tells us that some trees are more communicative than others, right?
Yeah, I completely think that. Yeah, some are more open to
I
communication.
used to do shamanism. We used to hug trees actually, and do meditations on nature. And our teacher actually said, like, you can look at the zone and see which tree is like the leader of the area. Like if you have an open area and you see a tree in the middle, that tree is kind of the leader of the area. So I guess that tree would be more communicative than other trees.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. They stand out more. Maybe they've been around longer. Maybe they're kind of like to the conversation we were having earlier about how there's these different phases that we go through until we reach the human body. Like at the base level, it could be something like a tree or a plant or a blade of grass. And maybe we go through multiple different types of trees, and then we reached a point where we want to communicate with something outside of ourselves and try. And if someone on the other side, like us, is receptive, then there is a line of communication initiated in some form.
Right, and that communication is very much based on imagination, right? Which is something that gets stifled from us when we're young.
Yes.
Because we move into an education system that's based on analytical thinking, left brain thinking. And it takes a while to become confident in receiving communication or information through your imagination, because I questioned, this is nuts. Is it just me making it up? Am I just projecting something onto it? But after a while I learned how to trust that form of communication, and it's very visual, and of course it uses what you have available to you, your past, your conditioning, your experiences, in order to filter through them and kind of communicate in that way. I had experience of communicating with nature spirits, river spirits, trees, megalithic stones, and and various things like that, massive globes or orbs, or and so I think the
opening up of ourselves to these things, because you don't have to prove it to anyone but yourself. That I felt corny, I felt weird about doing it in the beginning, and I said, why the hell am I feeling weird about this shit? I've opened myself up to all sorts of weird things prior to this, but for some reason I'm saying, I'm having some weird issue with a tree. Who cares? It was all about proving it to myself. It's funny to even have these conversations, but to me it's just something you can go about. I think Night Sky, you're spot on. It's all about just proving it to yourself. You don't owe it to anyone else but yourself. And just, release the chains. Just let them go. Let all those stupid bullshit narratives that we were indoctrinated with from a young age, just throw them away. Who cares? It's all horse shit. And just let yourself go. Open yourself up.
Yeah, I think we're so indoctrinated with a very specific framework of how to see the world and the universe, and what what our relation is to that. That we forget how to look up to the stars and just wonder, and to make our own interpretation of that, and our own inner state. What does it mean to us? So we don't need to take on the constructs that are fed to us about this. We have the right to imagine and to play and to wonder.
Exactly.
Very much so. Yeah.
Exactly.
I had an experience once. I was waiting to see a show on TV, but I actually fell asleep. I was waiting for a new episode to come up, and I dreamed about what was happening on TV. It was like I was watching the show, but I was the one creating it in my mind, and it was so great. Like, animations were so amazing. Like, there was so much detail. It was like the best episode I could ever seen. And when I woke up, I realized that I watched the episode, but I saw it in my mind. So later on, when I actually watched the show, I was so disappointed because the version I saw was so good. It was impossible to do it better. Like, your mind is so powerful in that sense. Like, it's your TV is so limited to what you can actually see with your mind.
Yeah, I think who just put this out here? Let me see. Slices Santa says you can still connect with them, especially if you already have that strong of a connection. Yeah, we can connect. It doesn't matter what age we are. We can all connect with nature, spirits, so to say. No problem. No problem. All you got to do is just have yourself open to them, and they will make themselves known to you and communicate with you. It doesn't matter what age you are. I think it's just all about taking away the indoctrination and letting yourself go. I've told Night Sky before, one of the most formative experiences I had was when I went to my first Buddhist retreat. Just a disclaimer, I'm not a Buddhist, but I enjoy. They are the closest you'll get, in my opinion, to the truth out of all of the religions. That's my opinion. But there's a lot of flaws in it too. But not to derail off in a whole conversation about that. But what I will say is, when I went to my first Buddhist retreat, I was still extremely lost, okay, and trying to find where I fit in spiritually. When I parked my car and I walked towards the entrance of the retreat, I said, to this day, I don't know why I did this, but I said to myself, everything, I said, I don't care how this weekend goes. I said, but the most important thing I need to do for myself is to just let myself go completely and just see how things go. And when I tell you that was a pinnacle turning point for me, it was a huge turning point for me. And I am convinced it all had to do with me allowing myself to let go, and just whatever happened. I'm just going to say whatever I wanted to say while I was there. I'm going to do whatever I wanted to do while I was there, and not worry about what anyone else thought of me, not worry about any past matrix constructs I had inside my head that were embedded in me, and just let go. And to this day, I look back on that moment as a big turning point for me. Now, there was a period where I almost became a Zen monk. There was a period where I considered even becoming a Tibetan monk, but that didn't last too long. But Zen monk, I was pretty fucking close to going down that road. And I did it. But the point is I had the reason why I had so much progress at that moment, and what's carried me through to this day, I am convinced, is because I decided to let myself go and not give a fuck what anyone else thought of me or what I had to say or what I did, or I just released myself. I allowed myself that moment, and it's stuck with me ever since, and it's treated me well, and I highly recommend. It's up to everyone else, of course, but I highly recommend the more you let yourself go and allow yourself to be open to as many things as possible and put yourself out there in whatever way you find helpful to you, the more progress I think you'll make. That's just my opinion, but I feel strongly about it.
Very true, and you become more of yourself while you do that. How did the other guys react to you being that way?
It was fine. I was around an incredible group of people. No judgment, nothing. I mean, I'm around Buddhists. I mean, a lot of Buddhists are pretty tolerant. So yeah, it was no problem at all. No problem at all. But
It's
it
really
was more
cool.
for me. It was more for me. I wasn't around anyone I knew. The first time I went, I didn't know anybody. So it was more allowing myself to do that. That's all. It was just granting myself that permission to release. The not giving a fuck when anyone thought. The not giving a fuck of anything. Just being me and just letting it flow. That was the thing. It was about letting it flow. Just letting the moment flow.
It's really cool. I've been on groups where people were so closed-minded that I didn't feel right there. And I had other groups where I felt the same way as you did. Like they were like family. We were so open to talk about literally anything. And kind of how we feel on your Discord as well.
Mm-hmm.
No one's gonna judge you. We all know that the world is weird.
Right on.
Uh, but yeah, it's not easy to handle people like that. I was I'm Slices, by the way, on YouTube. We had a really cool viewer. He says he talked to trees all the time as well. He loves to be next to them. It'd be really cool to speak with him as well.
Nice. Yeah. Sure. I'd love to.
To being for so long in communication with trees, that must be so cool.
That's great. Yeah. A lot of bonds and close connections can be made through Discord, and even just things like the channel here. I can't even, and the people I've met and had conversations with week in and week out are just nothing short of incredible. There's a lot of people who I talk to who don't want their story told or shared, and I respect that with the completely. But then there are other people who come and share their stories that don't mind me sharing them and talking about them, and there's been a few recently that I'll end up sharing on the channel soon. One was a person who had a near-death experience, and he was in a coma for 11 days. Absolutely
Wow.
fascinating story. I mean, the people you can run across in Discord and on YouTube is just, it's endless. If you just throw out the start a conversation, and you never know where the hell it's going to lead. It's awesome.
Yeah, very much so. We have really cool people on
For
this.
sure.
We could just learn all kinds of things,
Mhm.
and it's really cool to learn from other people's experiences. It enriches your own.
Absolutely.
You
We
get
have to respect everyone's experience and what they've gone through, and even that, like, I like to, the reason why I'm so entrenched in hearing other people's experiences is not just for my own growth, but to also try and identify the patterns that present itself about this matrix. Because there are so many patterns out there that just
oh yeah.
open the floodgates to exposing this reality day in and day out. And that's where I really find the most progress in my research, and also my understanding, inner work, all that stuff. So
It's really important to be
Mhm.
able to hear others. 'Cause that's the only way you
Yeah.
can dialogue.
Hear others and be open-minded. Yeah, be open-minded to everyone's experience.
There are things that you would only know you were on the person's shoes.
Yeah.
Like you could understand the subject, but if you never experienced it, you can't fully help someone. You would need to hear the person to be able to help them. Like we could think, like I never did drugs, or like hard drugs, cigarettes or things like that. So to me it feels easy to let go because I'm used to letting go of things. But I don't know how it feels to be stuck on it.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I would only know if I was experiencing it. We kind of judge people in that sense that oh, it's so easy to do that. Why don't you just do this? But it will be different to that person. You don't know their full story.
Yeah, no,
And that's
oh yeah, people love to judge without knowing the full story. I mean, that's a huge problem with. I mean, we can go down a whole list of shit that links to it too. Just the conditioning of humanity to not be as accepting and open-minded, and
yeah.
not think critically for themselves. And in turn, what does that do? It discounts someone who might otherwise come to you with a very real experience that is life changing for them, and then boom, you just boom, you'll just discount it right away and just shit on them. And what does that do? That compresses and quarantines, dare I say, their drive to share it again in the future with people. And it's a cascading effect. And that's why humanity makes such little progress overall. It's because of the societal constructs that are put in place, the brainwashing, the judging, the over judging of people. You know, some people deserve to be judged, but some people, you know, when they're spilling their heart out to you, and you can tell it's an authentic thing. And if I just sort of say, you know, oh, you're fucking crazy, and just discount them, well, what is that going to do? It's gonna shut them up. It's gonna stop them from sharing with others because they were judged, which again ties to the societal constructs and brainwashing of society. I mean, it's so ridiculous how much impact all this has on one thing after another after another after another.
very much so. Very much so. And you also don't learn.
No.
I had many situations where I was speaking with someone that had a completely different idea and would never understand my point of view, and I disagreed with everything that she was saying, but I still had to hear her. I still had to understand why she was being that. Because I can't judge a person if I don't know why they got to that point. Right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting to learn what drove the person to be that way.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have a family member. He says he strongly believes that you need to resist work. You need to be strong. You need to feel the pain to have anything in life. Well, sure, that's your experience.
Yeah.
It works for you, okay.
Whatever gets
But
in
I don't
through
want
the
to
day.
suffer all my life.
No,
with
hell
work.
no.
It's kind of like that. Like, for you, it could work, but I mean, you're already saying that you hate it. And you can't imagine a solution.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm not gonna. I like to do that because then you won't fall for the same mistakes as other people.
Oh,
You
well said, man. That's yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Well said.
imagine learning things without having to experience them.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I did that a lot as a kid too. Like
Me too.
my family member was like, "Oh, don't smoke because you will feel bad and such and such," you know. And I was like, "Oh, great! I don't have to experience them. I will do that."
Mm-hmm.
It's really
Absolutely.
cool stuff.
For sure. For sure.
We had a question before.
Yeah, the chat's
I'm
been
not sure
going by so quick.
if
What's
you
the
want to go on
question?
if you want to touch on that stuff.
Let me bring it up here.
A guy was asking, what if once you conclude the lessons on Earth, you become an Archon or something like that, and start feeding on other people?
Where is
I'm
that?
not.
I'm trying.
Oh, it's very up there.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat what they said, please?
He basically was asking, what if you completed the journey? You did all the things you had to learn from, and you suddenly became one of the Archons, feeding on others, basically.
Well, I mean, my opinion of this is you choose that. It's not that, and I think there's some flawed logic in you've learned everything that you've needed to learn and became one of the Archons. I think you only become one of the Archons if that's your desire. You get what I'm saying? It's not...
Yeah.
Sorry, this is kind of shaky, this video here. I don't mean to... Alright. So... The way I view the system, and you know, there's no offense. I mean, everyone is coming at this material from all different angles and different viewpoints and everything else. So I'm certainly not judging anybody. I think as long as you're getting to this point, that's really all that matters. And the fine details are just a matter of weeding out the indoctrination, so to say, that we've been that that's been cast down on us. And particularly the part where you're saying we've learned all the things that we needed to learn. That's going to the aspect of if Earth is a school, you know, that's actually a thing, when in fact it's not. So someone becoming an Archon, I think for someone to become a freaking Archon, they have got to put a lot of time in, and they have got to be downright evil pieces of shit. And also love this material existence. So there's a few different factors involved. If it's all of them or just one of them, I don't know. But I'll say that if the system is analyzing everybody that goes through and lives in this realm day to day, and every single moment of every single day for the entire population is recorded, in my opinion, in some supercomputer up in the sky. Okay, and that in my opinion has been proven, because near-death experiences, the life review, all this stuff prove it beyond a doubt that that is happening. Now, what I will add is that the whole school aspect, Earth is not a school. It's, in my opinion, it's not I'll say it's not an opinion of mine. It's an inner knowing that Earth is not a school. So if you go through life and you can be a asset to the Matrix, someone who causes suffering, someone who causes misery, someone who can do things to groups of people and individuals with no thought about it, no remorse, no empathy, no compassion, then you're a perfect candidate to become an Archon of the system, so to say. So you would be kind of put towards the front of the line. And if the system kind of knows that that's the direction, like you're a psychopath or this or that, then, or you have just become so entrenched with this material existence that you love it. You really think you have found the realm that is for you. You've gone throughout the multiverse and you said, okay, I love the material existence. But in order to get by, I have to be a piece of shit. That's what an Archon is. An Archon's a piece of shit. And so the system will say, okay, well, you know, okay, so you die. You've just proven you're at your final test of the Archon training course, but you didn't know you were in the Archon training course. And you roll up at death and they say, okay, congratulations, you've made it, you've graduated. Okay, so now next lifetime, you're going to be the queen. You're going to be Bill Gates. You're going to be the president. You're going to be someone of high stature that has a sweeping impact on society in terms of suffering. Okay? Or you can take the route that I'm personally going down, and a lot of people here are going down, and say, okay, well, I realize that this place and not just this universe, but the multiverse is based on consent and sovereignty, then I am going to proclaim those at the time of death and exit this entire system completely. Or you can go down the route of evil and become an Archon. So it's either one of the two, in my opinion, or you're just still stuck here. Of course, there's actually, I'm sorry, there's definitely a third option where you're just completely lost and you haven't figured out the system yet, and you're just bound to reincarnate anyways, and you're just the Russian propaganda guy likes to call it, excuse me, a useful idiot. And we were all useful idiots. Let's just call it what it is. We furthered this matrix at some point in our lives, and most of us has come to the conclusion that it's almost all bullshit. Well, the bulk of it's bullshit, okay? Especially the important stuff that they try to pull the wool over our eyes with. So that's just my opinion on it. I think there's the only ones that really truly become the power players of Archons are the ones that are really, really nasty. Really nasty.
I heard some stories related to that. Like, humans can become demons. Some demons that we see were once humans. Like, they got so lost that they started to forget who they are, and became like that.
Yeah.
And there are also instances where their death is so dramatic that they forget who they were, or they become on a state of so much fear, could be related to that.
I completely agree. I think that, if we're going to talk candidly about it, I think that the bulk of humanity is like that. I do. It's not that they are bad people or bad spirits or bad souls. It's just that they have become so entrenched in this reality that they know no different. That
they become so lost.
Yeah, they're so lost. And I think I was talking to, I think it was maybe it was, I don't know who I was talking to the other day. Maybe it was Eric, if you're out there. I think it was Eric. I was saying how people become so lost incarnation after incarnation that they have basically fragmented the shit out of themselves to the point where they are a shell of themselves. And each further incarnation that is set up with our own input, as well as the soul schools and the bullshit masters and the gurus that are up there pulling the little puppet strings, they've lost themselves. And that's why you look around at humanity and see things are so fucked up. It's because everyone is freaking lost. Everyone is out to lunch. And it's not that they're bad. It's just that they're lost. They're completely... What can you do? It's sad. It's really sad.
I heard experience, how certain people use spirits to do favors for them.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the story once. The shaman was killing a person, and while he was doing that, he said something. Now you belong to me. And as he said that, and he had like the robes and everything. He looked like a shaman. So as the person died, he believed every word. He thought he was cursed to be a servant. And as a spirit, he did everything the other guy said because he believed he was his fate. And he believed there was no other way to go about it.
Mm.
I mean, it's silly, right? But it's such a traumatic state that the person loses a bit of reason as well.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to break them apart because if you have a normal conversation with them, they would understand how easy it is to get out of it. It's a belief.
It is. It's all belief-based. The whole thing.
I felt a lot of spirits that way, just speaking with them as if they could hear me, and they no longer bother me because they finally understood what they were doing. It's kind of like sad puppies everywhere.
Yeah. No, that is a great comparison. That is a great comparison. Yeah, sad puppies everywhere. I like that. I think it's the whole thing.
It also breaks the belief of there's demons everywhere. We need to fight them. No, they're like living beings. They don't know any better. Why are you gonna beat them? Why not help them, right?
Yep. I just wanted
and you
to.
can help them, and they can become good dealers if you do so.
For sure.
So how about that?
I'm with you. Yeah, there's and again, I think it goes to the point where, you know, some people, some spirits, souls, whatever, love this place and love the whole structure, and they found their niche in the universe. And then you have the ones that were curious, which I feel I fall under that category, and I feel a lot of people listening fall into that category, where we kind of rolled up to the astral gates, knocked on the door, and said, "Hey, what the hell's going on in this place? I want to check it out." And we got stuck. And, you know, admittedly, I lost myself along the way. I think everybody here loses themselves. I don't think anyone is immune from that. But after a while, I think our inner knowing, our inner tuning fork kind of says, okay, all right, something's really fucked up here, and what's it all about? And then that's when we dig deeper, further and further. But I am going to just refill my water really quickly. I won't be long. And I think Night Sky is going to pop in and take over just for a couple minutes, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
Springleaf and Night Sky.
I was thinking along the lines of what you were saying, Springleaf, about spirits. And I think a lot of it is with the experience that we have with spirits is very reflective of what is going on for us inside. So, you know, if there's a lot of conflict in us, I think it can trigger, you know, we can see the spirits from that sense, you know, and that, like, the more kind of comfortable or confident that we are within ourselves, the better we can approach like that spirit interaction. I remember a long time ago, like, I had this kind of process of awakening, and everything changed for me overnight. I became aware of spirits and energy and past life memories and all sorts of stuff just happened.
With one experience you had that.
Pardon?
With one experience you have that awakening.
Yeah, I'd never done meditation or yoga, and I went to Thailand on my own, and I went to my first yoga class, and in there we did a meditation, but it was a very traditional class in the sense that he used bandhas and like certain sounds, and like it was a very strong energetic class, and I went into a trance, and it was very heavy. I couldn't come out of it myself at all, and just like from that there was this complete unfolding of experiences and it was as if my energy system came online, and there was a long period of integration, and that integration felt like I was changing on a cellular level. And at the time I realized that, it wasn't anything big that was happening to me. It was a case of my natural progression or development had been stunted somewhat because of trauma. So I maybe hadn't kind of developed as I would have done. And now I was experiencing like an elastic band effect. So everything was catching up. And it was it took me 10 years at least to integrate the things that were happening. But the main thing was, I saw a lot of spirit, and I was aware of spirits, and the beings that were with me in my past life kind of came through then and at that time. But what grounded me was that I realized that I could only interpret this through my mind, and my mind is very limited because it wasn't a clear filter, and so I needed to work with my mind and better filter through the information that I was getting, and that all of this other stuff was like a party trick in a way, because it wasn't the truth. It wasn't the core of what was the most important for me. So I spent a long time kind of blocking stuff out and blocking the spirit stuff out. And that was helpful because I don't think I was emotional. Could work with the energetic stuff that was happening. So the rest of me needed to catch up, and it took a long time. But my experience of spirits within that was that when they knew that you could see them and understand them, they wanted to communicate either messages with you to tell other people, or just to be known, just to be seen, just to be acknowledged, and to feel that they were alive. And so, there was a sad sense to that.
I kind of feel like crying as you said how you did meditation. It was so beautiful. I can hardly imagine how cool that could have been.
No, it wasn't because it wasn't. No, it wasn't in my frame of reference. I had nothing to compare that to. I'd never read about any of these experiences. So, it was like being catapulted out of my life, everything that I knew. So yeah, I feel very privileged and blessed that happened, and it's made me who. But at the time, it was
really cool how you opened up so much to it as well. Because normal people would, and it still happens to me, like when I do get results, I get scared because I have no idea what I'm dealing with, It's really cool how you opened up so much to it, to awaken so strongly in that moment as well. So I guess that explains, it kind of shows that you had experiences like that in your past lives,
Yeah, in my past life, I worked with that. I remember very well as an apprentice to a shaman in African tribe.
Cool.
And so I remember very much it was a lot based on trance states and communion with spirits, and a group mind, being a part of a collective. Everything was, and rather than the individual I that I experienced myself as in this life. But yeah, it was a very traumatizing kind of ending to that life that I've needed to process in this one. But yeah, I think we carry through
things that we develop in last lives into this one too.
I saw on did a lot of research on levitation.
Mm-hmm.
I really wanted to know how to fly. So I read up a lot of stories related to it. And I saw a girl that on her past lives she was an Indian, and her tribe did like running. They did a lot of running, and they learned how to run without feeling. Um, so
Without
basically,
sorry,
without
without
feeling weight, without
feeling
feeling
like
gravity.
yeah.
So she did that so much in her past life that when she was a kid on school, she could still do it. It was muscle memory. When she got older, she lost a bit of it because she forgot how to do it or how to be open to it. But it's amazing how she was still connected to her old memories, to her old experiences. So I guess that's how you found yourself back to what you were doing before, in that
mm,
sense. Uh,
like it caught up. Um,
I from what people saw in me, I was a magician, in other lives. I was like a healer, uh, but I got burned at the stake so much that I stopped doing those things. But it's interesting how I got so curious to know magic in this life as well, and I naturally did manifestation as a kid. I just stumbled on it and started doing it naturally. So I guess that has to do with past lives as well.
yeah, we come in with a lot of memory, even though we're not consciously aware of it. It plays out in these ways, especially when we're children. Like levitation would be a good example. Like, I remember not being frustrated that I couldn't levitate down the stairs because I thought, well, I can do this. I should be able to do it. And just things like that.
Yeah, yeah. It's levitation is a weird thing. I do believe we all can do it. Just that we are so conditioned to the limitation of not doing it. Uh, and the doing it in the doing is also a bit specific. You need to be able to create that vibration. It kind of works in that sense. If you can imagine if you were on water, you kind of feel weightless in water. If you can remember that feeling of weightlessness, by you imagining though that feeling, you will create that feeling. But then it's a matter of trusting yourself to do it, and it's not easy, especially if you have like so many beliefs of not being able to do it, and
Yeah.
and you're also affected by what others think. Like if you were actually levitating and someone saw you, I hear that you would no longer be able to levitate because in their point of view, levitation is impossible to happen. So
And
you're kind of forbidden to do it.
if you look at levitation in terms of chi, right? We don't have a relationship with chi in the sense that we don't know how to use it. But we can see from Chinese mythology and even like the Chinese movies that they show people jumping off of roofs and gliding and like doing this really delicate movement on trees and buildings, to travel far distances and jump huge heights. And they're using chi. They're bouncing themselves off of chi, and
like the power of chi is like phenomenal. You know, you could touch a person and like they'll feel like they're electrocuted, or you know, there's you know, like documentaries of Taoist masters like touching the first person and then he knocks down all 10 people behind him like a domino effect.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
we can also use chi as a human shield. So you could a car crash and the car can crumble around you and yourself in the chi armor. You know, so you being able to, I mean, chi is the same as life force, prana, negative ions. You know, it's all just been giving these different words so that we are confused about them, but it is life force. And if we knew how to gather that within our bodies, which we don't, by the way, we dissipate it sexually, we get rid of it. And we're not used to accumulating a lot. But if we can learn how to do that, and we can learn how to harness the energy around us, then yeah, the implications are just like endless.
So it's really cool, the chi stuff. I tried to research about it, but I actually didn't find much on chi. It's not shared enough, I think. Maybe it's better now. I'm not sure, but it's really cool. I had an easier time finding how to do energy balls and things like that based on chi. I mostly use intention more than chi, but I guess it's a cool thing for me to look up. Do you have experiences with chi?
No, but when I was having like the initial experiences of the awakening thing happened, I was able to draw in energy through my pores and through my fingers, and I felt myself puffing up like a balloon. And that happened several times. But because my energy system like is not clear, there was what I interpret as there was blockages. I would end up hyperventilating and dissipating the energy through hyperventilating. So it was too much for my system to store. But you know, when you start working with energy in that energy, finds a way to clear the blockages, and it might take a long time, but it clears like the meridian blockages so that energy can run through, like a circuit board would have energy running through it. And what was I going to say? There was something I was going to go on to from there. It was about chi. It will come back to me, I'm sure.
I did Reiki. I kind of stopped doing it because I didn't feel it was like what they were saying when I learned it. Feels like it's a bit limited, you know. I had a better time adapting it to what I needed. And I did that what you were saying, the energy circulating. After doing it for 20 days, I started to learn it, to feel spirits, and I had some instances where I could communicate with them, and it was because I was more open to it. I was more in tune to the energy aspect of the things, and it got harder once I stopped, because I no longer had that energy so strongly around me.
Right. You know, and there's a lot that we can do to kind of contain that energy. If you imagine being a vessel with holes in it, right? And the holes are all the ways that we escape ourselves, like Netflix or like just the various, you know, like the eyes and the ears that we let in kind of influences that are not beneficial for us. And if we learn to seal up those holes so that we can contain, we can be a vessel that's containing the energy,
then yeah, we can develop a new relationship with ourselves as that. And sexual energy is a massive part of that, right? Because sexual energy is like the charge for a battery, like, but we only associate it as energy. But if we can move that into the rest of our system, then
Do you think sexual energy is different to normal chi?
no, not at all. I think I'm really like I'm not an expert or anything. This is just my own opinion, but I think sexual energy is like the charging point, that the form that chi takes within our body, actually, and then it's distributed into other parts of us, and it can be manifested through activity, and or through, you know, that when you meet someone and they have a strong sense of groundedness, or
Yeah.
you know, it can be transmuted into all these like beneficial things that strengthen us, right? But what we do with it instead is porn, or we like dissipate it, or, you know, because we don't know how to hold that charge or what to do with it when it's in us. So
I
with
feel it
the
differently, normal energy to sexual energy. That's why I was asking, because I have no idea if it's different or not. I do feel it differently. Sexual energy has like this power behind it. It's the force of creation, basically. And it's what gives you life.
Good point. Very good point. Yeah, but it's
So,
I'm with Night Sky. It's another form of energy, a powerful one too, though. And I think Springleaf, you're spot on. It's creation energy at that for
yeah.
this realm. So it's in, yeah.
And it's not easy to control it as well. You need to
yeah.
be open to it
Mhm.
because of how strong it is.
Mhm.
um,
But it can really strengthen all of our the different aspects of us, the energetic state, the astral state. You know, it can make us stronger for when we're out of our, and therefore we have more power and more conscious say of what's happening.
Mhm.
yeah, very much so. I I had experience with the two. With Reiki, you empty your mind to receive energy from your crown, while with sexual energy, you're bringing it back from kind of your root chakra, the base of your spine. Uh, and people have different experiences with that. They can have like really beautiful awakenings and very intense experiences because that energy is really really strong.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely.
But
Yeah, I mean, and it's different for guys and for women as well, how they experience that sexual energy too, and experience it in the body. But I know for me, when I move that through the rest of my system and my body, I feel a greater sense of expansion, and feeling more energized.
I feel like there's a saying like when you get scared you clench your butt. So in that sense, we accumulate a lot of fears in our butts, and how energy circulates in us. It's like a circle. If you activate the sexual energy, it will come from your base chakra, from your genital area. It will go up your head and come down from the front of your body back to the genitals, to the roots.
Yes,
So
it's
if you have a
the
lot of
micro.
fears, if you have a lot of fears in that area, the energy will not flow as good. and apparently it's easier for women because they don't have those. You guys are more in tune to emotions, so the energy doesn't get stuck to it there, but it still gets stuck on the head. It doesn't do the full circle in that sense.
Yeah, I think you're talking about the microcosmic
Yeah.
orbits. Yeah, so we can direct that energy and imagine it as a white pearl that we are moving from the genital area up the base of the spine and up and over the head, and then connect the tip of the tongue with the roof of the mouth, and then bring the pearl down through the front, through the stomach, and then to make the and I agree. I think it is easy to find this way into it for guys, but
I
yeah,
did some. Sorry.
the more that you do it, the more that channel opens up, and it can become then a more automatic movement of that energy, rather than it building up in certain areas, like in which can create a lot of tension and like, yeah, that's a better way of working with that sexual energy.
I talked to a friend of mine. He's gay. I was talking about how the male orgasm is compared to the female one. When you're having an orgasm, your body is connecting to the microcosmic body. It wants to do the circulation of the energy, but in the sense of man, since we have so much energy stuck on our butts, on what connects the genitals to the butt area, the kundalini, it's so dense there. It has so much fears accumulated there that you instantly ejaculate before you could have the full body orgasm. And in the case of women, the connection is more direct. You feel the orgasm go to your heads, and it's what happens with gay men as well. They feel the orgasm, but since they're not open to it, when it gets to the heads, it cannot circulate, so they have to release. So yeah, technically, if you can open your circulation and control it, you can have an orgasm for as long as you want, which is amazing.
Yeah, and did you mention that men can retain their semen as still orgasm?
You can, yeah, you can. It's
Semen retention.
It's a muscle that you... Pardon?
Semen retention practice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a muscle that you can first of all you can press it to stop the ejaculation from happening.
Yes.
But then when you get more familiar with that muscle, you can reflex it so that you can retain your semen and then circulate that with them as really important.
It's a very delicate process and very easy to fail.
Yeah, I think somebody that did this, he said that he went to a hut in Thailand. He didn't leave that place until he mastered it, but it took him those efforts.
Night Sky, do you mind just coming in Discord and popping back in? Go out and back in, because it's
okay.
Just kind of jumping your voice a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was cutting off a bit while.
Yeah, it was just jumping. Sometimes you got to go out and back in with no pun intended, given the conversation. But just the tip.
It's a delicate process.
It's a very delicate, very delicate.
But it's really cool how, like, men are so used to having an orgasm for half a second when you can literally have it for hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
And
women,
then
it's longer because they have a better circulation. It's also smaller in the sense because they don't have control of them. So,
right,
so yeah.
and then the energy that you can share together if you're both working on these practices, you know, is will be you know, very strong. I guess, yeah, this can be called Taoist Tantra, and the you know, being able to kind of share that over a partner would be like a closest experience to union, right?
Yeah, it's a really interesting subject to go into. I read some cool stories like the sex gets so intense that you start to feel God, start to feel the universe around you.
Right, yeah.
You get closer to God as you're orgasming so strongly, so profoundly, because
Yeah,
you're feeling the sex energy. And in the case of the microcosmic orbit, it's no longer a circle. It makes the infinite eight, because it's circulating from you to the other person and from the other person back to you.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. And we have all these resources very much available to us, but it's as if we're locked out of them because we were not able to come into our bodies and to be able to practice a level of presence and awareness. And these are key for these Taoist or any Tantra practice. And what's difficult in that is that, you know, you can be very vulnerable, you know, when with the person in that way, and you have to be open to experiencing that vulnerability too, and allowing for another person's vulnerability. So there's these really like deep layers to it that, you know, it can be very hard to reach. I think, you know, like it's quite common to kind of have experience of sex that is hedonistic, right? Rather than like somatic and body orientated. Well, being aware of your body. But if you're aware of your body, then you can be experiencing a meditation in movement. And then, you know, it's not about kind of even about practices or techniques or visualizing this or that. You know, if two people are just very present together and in sharing a meditation like sexually, then, you know, the body's intelligence knows what to do and how to move, and the energies know how to combine like that, because that is you know, like a very fundamental to us, you know, that sexual union. So I think, yeah, it all starts with like with our own personal practice of coming into our bodies,
Something
being
interesting
aware.
I learned was our perception, our idea of marriage is very different from what it was once it came out. Like the honeymoon phase or the honeymoon supposedly was when the couple would learn how to do sex. They would actually go to a place. I'm not sure if it was a spaceship or an area where they would actually learn how to do sex without creating a baby. Doing sex for pleasure, for the connection, for the energy. And it's amazing how now it's no longer a trip that you do. It's you go on vacation. We and it's so commercialized. Like before you'd give a nice present to the one you loved, and the energy of it. Like for example, I grabbed an apple. It was the most beautiful apple I saw, and I knew that the apple was good. I'm gonna use that as a present to ask in marriage the person I love. The person would be happy because it's the gesture, right? That's kind of more meaningful than you giving like a very expensive ring.
For sure.
You know?
For sure. As long as they're not materialistic assholes.
Yeah. I mean, sure, you are showing that you have power sense. And if the person really loves that ring, guess it's a nice gesture. But it's connecting to material stuff. It's, I mean, that money could have gone to something more meaningful, right? You could make the person happier by doing other things with the money instead of just going for such an expensive thing. It kind of shows also what the person cares about, right? Like,
Oh
I mean,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
a woman,
It
but
exposes them.
do you care that much for an expensive ring? I mean, there are beautiful rings out there. They don't need to be expensive, and some people just care about the value, like the price on it. But then why does that matter? I guess the gesture behind it is more important, right? It shows the character of the person. It's kind of sad how we lost those that knowledge. What is toilet bowl, by the way? I have no idea what that is.
Pardon?
There was a bowl here, a toilet bowl.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, I'm a little lost too.
Forever. You did. I think you did a poll with this
It
with
was a
the
joke.
toilet
It
bowl
was a
Earth.
joke.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
toilet bowl Earth. Yes, it's just a joke. Unfortunately, we only had 9 votes.
I haven't played with balls, but they can really be cool. Can make really interesting
No,
vibrations on them.
they can. I only recently got the poll feature or whatever you want to call it. I don't know, maybe a month ago, and
Oh,
yeah, it's interesting. It's cool because you could pop something in there, and this obviously is not serious, but in previous ones, it's interesting because it gives you an idea as to where people's heads are at with certain things. So I'm going to use the feature
it's
more
very
often.
useful to know what
Yeah,
the
it
viewers
is.
think.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of good ideas to use the poll on. Let's will come up with some.
I like Simon's response. I'm a busted flush. That's a good one. Poor Simon got outdrawn by a full house. All right. Excuse me. Does anyone want to call in last minute on Skype? Probably go about like another 15-20 minutes and then we'll wrap this up. So if anyone wants to call on Skype or join in the Astral Projection Lucid Dreaming Discord to join in our conversation between Night Sky and Springleaf, that would be fine as well, whatever format you prefer. If you'd like to call in, the phone number is 979-272-4111. That's 979-272-4111. You can also contact me directly on Skype by searching for the Skype ID Forever Conscious Research, or join the Discord like I just mentioned. So we'll keep the lines open for about another 15-20 minutes, and then we're going to probably wrap it up.
It's getting a bit late for me as well.
Yeah, we've been going for
really
quite a while.
So you got some really cool pictures from those.
Thank you. Yeah, there's I have so much saved. It's not even funny. This is just touching the surface, but yeah, it's just my kind of analysis of reality and keeping track of my surroundings, and yeah, it's fun.
Have you
It's one of my
ever
passions.
done the same with bugs, like filming bugs?
Healing bugs?
Filming bugs.
Feel me bugs. I'm not sure.
No, filming.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
In this picture, you're filming animals, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What about bugs, insects?
Oh yeah. I've got ants. I've got spiders. I put up a few spiders. Things like that. Actually, I could throw.
I one time I was kind of bored. So I started to look at bugs.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really fun to just watch a spider walk around. She was coming from really far, and it was so cool to watch the spider jump from leaf to leaf. And she was coming back home to a web she had. She was so fast as well. It was so interesting. Like I was so entertained just by watching the spider walk around. It's really cool.
Yeah, no, it is
It's like,
interesting to watch insects. I like watching ants and spiders. Those are some of my favorite things to just observe.
you know bungee jumping.
Yes.
I saw the spider do bungee jumping.
Oh boy.
She attached the web to a leaf before she jumped, and as she jumped, the web got stuck on other leaves. So she got she was hovering in the air. So she climbed back to the leaf that way. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
She just jumped. Instead of going from leaf to leaf, she just jumped and did that. It was a really cool trick.
That is cool. I'll show you guys something interesting that I wanted to share on the channel, but because of the quality, it kind of sucks. And I have another example too. I don't know if it's. I don't think I have it on my hard drive. I think it's on my phone. All right, so. All right, see this? See how the image is reflecting. It's got to give it time to catch up. Okay, is that caught up? Let's see.
Hey, a new one. Hello.
All right, so you see how the outline of the pipes goes against the cloud?
Yeah.
And this was the only time I can ever really recreate this is at sunrise or sunset. And this was, I was on vacation when I filmed this, and you can see here how it's also in this shot too. So it goes to the whole holographic reality theory on how,
yeah.
you know, how,
Oh, wow.
how this is here, the sun is here. I am facing the sunset. There's no reason why the pipes should be reflecting this direction. No matter how you slice and dice it, everything we were taught in school defies that. And I moved the camera, it's still staying put. It's not going anywhere. It's still there. The focus gets a little fucked up, but just because of the quality of this, that's the reason why I've never really shared it, but I figured today was a good day to share it. And I also
The
have...
quality also helps to show how real it is. It's really hard to fake that.
Yeah, you see you also have the top of the bar here. This is another video. Same thing. It's this bar here, up here. Excuse me. And it's weird because it's almost like the clouds act as a buffer zone for this part, but not this top part. And you could see them even here. See, these are up here. Only the tops, though. Yeah, the cloud, again, like over here, acts as a buffer zone to show the reflection when... Yeah. And I'm moving the camera. Nothing's changing. It's not like this is some fluke.
So supposedly the light is not coming from the sun.
No. Nope.
Because
the sun is here.
like
the sun is right here.
Bouncing from Earth to the clouds.
The sun's right here. This is sunset right in front of my face. If the sun was behind me, then it would explain it.
I saw some theories about that actually. How the sun we see is not it's an hologram. And the actual sun is not visible to us.
Yeah, I don't believe the sun is a fiery ball or anything like that. I think it is. I think it's something along the lines of a hologram.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hi,
Mr. Simon.
Hello. Hey guys, how are you doing? All right.
Top of the evening to you, sir.
Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, Governor.
Right there. Right there. Devil's Playground did an interesting video on, mentioned something on crepuscular rays, which are rays that come from behind the sun that would indicate a far closer light source than that mesmerizing number of 93 million miles. It's just nonsense.
No. Anyone who thinks the sun is 93 million miles away needs their head examined, because they just haven't looked. I mean, it's just so obvious. It's in a contained system that we live in, no doubt.
Yeah, they're just geometric values that are given to these things that are just part of a spell, I think, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Or some symbolic reference or whatever.
Absolutely. So how was your day, sir?
Yeah, good man. It's crazy. I was saying to Night Sky earlier, there's been this atmosphere sort of building in the UK this last few days with the soccer ball tournament we got going on. As England have progressed, there's been this fervour, this national sort of, I don't know, it's like an energy building. And I was saying to Night Sky earlier today, it's just felt palpable, like it's sort of reached fever pitch today. I've been up to, see one of my friends and watch the match, and it gets you thinking what these tournaments really are. Is it a sporting event, or is it, just a mass energy generation thing?
Oh yeah, and it's very impactful as well when the team loses. It's like with a tournament like this, there's only one team that should be happy, right? And the other ones should feel sad.
Yeah, we're British. We're happy to lose. It gives us some.
Oh, that's a good attitude.
Two things we're good at: queuing and moaning.
But yeah, I totally agree with Simulacra there, because I went for a walk as the football match was on, and there's two things happening simultaneously. One was very strong atmospheric pressure from it being cusping on a thunderstorm, and the other was the energy from people in this like state of anticipation, and it was so strong. It's like walking through a dense kind of field or cloud, from everyone's focus being on this football. So I mean, I think there's been a loosh fest tonight in the UK.
Absolutely.
Loosh Fest
Absolutely.
2021.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, it was really interesting. Right at the end of the match, they set off. It took place at Wembley Stadium. So if you look at an aerial shot of most stadiums, they look like eyes. But with the sort of I don't know how you describe it, the structural features, etc., they let off these fireworks that made it look like a giant eyelash above this eye, and it got me thinking. Look at this. Look at this. It's it's how it directs us and draws all that energy out of us. And my friend reached absolute fever pitch tonight as well, so it worked the oracle on him.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess
a lot.
it's inviting the focus of us to the event, right? I guess that's what the eye means, to look at it.
Absolutely.
It's really interesting to see that. Just now realize that.
Yeah,
that the eye means to catch your attention.
Yeah, you can look at things like one way all your life, and then I think when you're fully awake, when you really are lucid as to what's going on around you, I think that's when you don't even have to look for these things. They step out there in plain sight like they've always been. You're just tuned in and you notice them.
Yeah, because the eye is not a bad thing. We just associate it with bad things, I guess. The eye symbol.
Absolutely, and we live in an eye society of information, integrated devices. It's crazy. It all links on one level or another.
Because I always thought like the eye meant you were being watched, but in this sense that you said they were showing the eyelashes of the event.
Draw you.
It was like
almost
it was
draw you to
drawing
it.
your attention to you. So the
Yeah,
eye could mean that.
definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Or it could have dualistic sort of meanings.
Oh, you're cutting off.
Uh-oh.
I wouldn't put it past them.
We
dualistic
meaning. You said, can you drop off the Discord and come back?
Sorry,
call.
just 1 minute. I was saying that I'll clock off.
Yeah, it's probably better to exit and then come back into the voice chat, Simon.
There you go.
Hola.
Yeah, because
Hola.
that usually fixes it.
Yeah, I've noticed it seems to drop out a bit, doesn't it? No, I was just saying, like, these things, they might have dualistic sort of meaning. I certainly wouldn't put it past them that all of this is by design. They don't have to try too hard, because we're already sort of semi-hypnotized anyhow.
Oh yeah.
For sure. Yeah, you sound good now anyway, so that's good. But yeah, no, I think stadiums in general are just loosh extraction mechanisms, I guess to say, of some sort. And there's even things that suggest they're on ley lines and all this other stuff, kind of like how Disneyland is on those, and Disney World, and all these big points of reference that humanity concentrates its energy on are directed there for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're mainly sort of blinded to these things until your focus is sharp enough to really see them.
Yeah, I guess that's the point of the Olympic Games as well.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Forever, if you don't mind me asking, what is this that you have on the film?
I think right now I think that's Sirius. That's Sirius. Yep.
That's the star, right?
The dog
I
star.
also
Yep.
noticed that, like, when I was a kid, there was no no star on the sky that did this. I just noticed when I was older. Like,
this where you see the it's kind of weird because I look at it as maybe, and I'm not saying this is the case with you. I'm just saying when I look at this stuff today, it's maybe because I'm paying more attention to it, but I don't know. People, claim the sun has changed color or, shifted colors, all sorts of things. So
I
I don't
used to look
discount
at
anyone's experience or anything, but the way I look at my analysis of this stuff is I'm just paying more attention than I did when I was younger. But that's not saying that, what you're saying is wrong at all, because everyone has their own interpretation of this, and what you're saying may very well be true. And also, just take into account that things do change. Maybe they introduce things to this realm subtly, and some things are more noticeable than others, and some things are in your face, and then other things, like I said before, are just more subtle. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking in regard to, all these sunken buildings. What if reality operated like a 4 or 5D sort of printer? Who's to say it doesn't make mistakes and embed things further into the ground than it means to?
Yeah.
Oh,
I could see that.
Whoops,
yeah.
mistake.
I guess that's what happened with the flood, right? They wanted to erase humanity from waking up, from either waking up or from becoming evil, as the story goes. So
I think it's people. I think they do the reset or the floods or what have you when society becomes too enlightened for their comfort. And so they say, hey, that's enough. We better just, reset the whole place or a particular region. I think there's also the regional resets.
And some stories say the opposite. Like, we were becoming too evil.
That's good.
Is it though? Is it really?
I think they just pull the plug on the firmament. Just let us all down.
Yeah. I think that's probably what they do too.
Down the sinkhole.
Mm-hmm. Or they concentrate massive storms over regions if particular regions are becoming too enlightened and figuring out the scam.
Maybe directed energy of some form or sound or something like that.
Yep. Very well could be.
It's funny. You can actually stop a tornado with your mind. And I hear California was supposed to be flooded, and it wasn't because people got together and stopped it with the intention. It's really interesting all those stories you never hear about.
Yeah, it's fascinating to think what the collective consciousness could sort of.
I've done that actually. I've made it rain. I did it for like 2 or 3 days, and it started raining. It was a really hot time, and we didn't have rain for a really, really long time. The news were saying that it was not going to rain anytime soon. And once I did that, it started raining, and they were like, "Oh, now it's going to rain for like a day or two." Like, yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah, I think we got the monopoly on rain where I live. It does nothing but it half the year.
Ugh.
Yeah, little valley. Hey,
Okay. I hear
sorry,
there's like some weather manipulation, but you could try to make it sunny.
You talking about with intent?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just imagine as if it was a sunny day, or you look at the sky and you imagine it being sunny, and you just trust your focus. You just focus on it without judgment.
Yeah, there's no doubt that we can clear clouds and things like that. Whole storms and things like that, I think, take a lot more intention, a lot more power. But if it's kind of basic, I've messed around with it before and had some successes that defied logic, so to say. So I think anyone can do it.
I wondered whether, I was creating the cloud pattern pictures that I'd sent you. I was wondering whether that was like my subconscious projecting them up there somehow.
Oh, I absolutely believe that's the case.
Oh, I saw those pictures. You have the cutest elephant on the sky.
Yeah, we get them all over where I live. I must have a creative imagination.
Nothing wrong with that.
You could totally draw on the sky. I actually never tried it.
I never see any. I never see any lottery numbers.
Yeah, no, nothing that matters, right?
Just don't make it that easy, do they? The psych, too easy for you, psych.
No.
I wanted to write something silly on the sky, like write sex or something, just to mess with people. Yeah, I never took the time to do it because cloud smashing or whatever. It takes a bit time. It's easier if you're not focusing on it too much.
Yeah, I think the clouds have looked it.
They're lovely. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Hello.
What are you doing? Welcome, Grand Wizard. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I was just enjoying about the last hours of your podcast. It's real good, bro.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir.
So, you want to tell us about your journey? Or pieces of it?
Yeah, I'll tell you pieces. I grew up in the church, so there's a lot of manipulation going on with all the church, how the church functions, and all that. But eventually you go through so many mental gymnastics trying to believe what they're telling you, and it just doesn't work. So that's where I landed up to this type of information, and that's pretty much it.
Nice. Yeah, similar story, so I can relate. At least early on in my life, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever feel like you were not meant to be there in some way?
Oh, definitely didn't feel like I was supposed to be there. I did learn a couple things. One time, a baby, like this baby. Apparently, he ate something that wasn't good for him, but the pastor went and grabbed the baby and he prayed for the baby, and the baby threw up everything that wasn't good for him. So yeah, that's about.
Oh, that was cool.
Something like that.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, even people who talk about, where they feel there's like a possession thing, or they go through some fucked up spiritual thing and speak in the name of Jesus, it works because it's rooted in the intention. It's not rooted in Jesus. It's rooted in the intention of the belief in Jesus that delivers the result. So I could totally see that, if the pastors, you know, in that mindset and of purging the child of whatever poison it ate or consumed, then that's the result that will most likely happen.
Mm-hmm.
As long as the belief is there.
Yeah. And I think
I
people
feel
have
like
different names for things. People have different names for things because if a lady comes into the church and she says she's possessed, you know, someone with like a predisposition for like science, they would just think she's schizophrenic or something. But
yeah.
you know, things are a bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, you have the science, and then you have the religious belief systems, and then you have the truth, which is the intention. So you have to kind of battle
definitely.
through those first two things until you figure out that, yeah, it's intention based. It's fucked up, but it is what it is.
Very much so. I feel like prayer is not much different from actual spell, like
Yeah.
actual magic. It just works differently.
And with
When
magic,
you're spelling,
it's more like yourself. Then I guess prayer, you're looking up to something. If that makes
yeah,
sense.
yeah, that's exactly it. In magic, you're the one making it.
Is there a
Yeah.
difference in intentionality? Because I mean, with one you're reaching out to external guidance and help, and with the other you're sort of directing it more.
Well, I did hear one thing. Like one of the only good things of having a savior outside of yourself is it kind of takes away vanity. So it's a more humble position with the whole grand scheme of things. So that's what I heard.
With prayer, you mean?
Yeah, with prayer, like just having some savior, like a Jesus or a Muhammad or something.
But the thing that triggers me is you're depending on someone, and that someone else
I feel you.
to you.
I feel you.
Yeah.
It's
See, this is
why
one thing that concerns me, you know, when you look at like 12-step programs, because usually the first 5 or 6 steps are handing over most of what sovereignty that you have. Now, I'm not saying that when you end up in that position, you don't need help, because obviously you really do. But a lot of it is the strength that we find deep within when we turn, instead of looking at the external world, when we turn and look really deep within, when we get back to the root of maybe things that have afflicted us all our lives.
Yeah.
I have no issues with what anybody believes. You know, I sort of no prejudice towards whatever makes them happy, etc. But there's so much of this realm that's geared towards handing either everything that you've got away or self-immolating in a way and self-destructing that it kind of concerns me in a way.
And the thing with the Jesus is the Jesus is suffering, so you're looking up to a suffering figure, which is a bit it's a bit fucked up.
eating the body of Jesus while you eat the bread.
Yeah, book sales are still good.
Yeah, I guess. It's weird how it's so dark and yet people don't realize it. Like you're eating the meat of Jesus Christ and you're drinking the blood of Jesus Christ while you drink the wine. Like, isn't that cannibalism in a way?
And yet, you know, a lot of people that lifestyle of, you know, not seeking to hurt people, etc. Like Bill Hicks condenses it down to that 3: don't lie, don't steal, don't be an asshole. You know, it's a good sort of means by which to live. But you look at how hijacked some of these things have become over time, or doctored, etc. for, you know, more nefarious purposes.
Oh yeah, I hear the Bible originally said that you shouldn't think evil. Like now it's don't do evil, but before it was don't think evil. Because if you don't think, you would never do it. Right?
And most people wouldn't think they're accountable.
Yeah, that too as well. Very much so. Do you have experiences like that, Grand Wizard, related to prayer?
I didn't pray much after a certain age because I didn't get results. But I did start to meditate. Just better.
Was meditation encouraged in your church, or was it?
No, I have to do it. I have to do it in secret.
Wasn't
In my
encouraged in
room,
mine.
outside, somewhere. But they will still have all types of mental gymnastics to tell you that it's wrong, but it's not wrong.
Yeah. I've heard such things like the devil talks to you through meditation.
It's a big one.
I think that's just your own genius or your own consciousness, something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
The message of Jesus is also very different than the message they show on church. Like Jesus was saying to be like him, right? While the church says that he was unique, he was special, and we can't be like him.
They definitely pick and choose what they preach because they will talk about hell week after week, Wednesday after Sunday, but there's so much more in that book. But that's all they talk about, hell.
Yeah, it's all the fear-based programming.
Yeah, to control how you think. Because, in medieval times, you didn't have TV. You needed church to manipulate people.
And before that, only a certain person could even have the Bible in their hands. So it's even worse just a couple hundred years ago.
Yeah, only the special people like the preachers.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look how written knowledge was, the preserve of bards and shamans, etc. Linguistic knowledge is, it's been, and written knowledge has been long protected, hasn't it? Maybe the verbs, etc., and spells that bind us here, though. I don't know.
Yeah. The way they organize everything is just malicious to the core. Well, maybe I'm cynical, but I don't know.
It feels like they don't want us to see that ancient knowledge, and yet they cannot directly destroy it.
It's translated too. That's what people seem to forget. It's translated. And in the Hebrew language, every word, every letter has a meaning. So it's not like English.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I heard somewhere on another video a few days ago something about a more recent copy that was.
Uh-oh.
You're breaking up again.
Oh, breaking up again.
Yeah, Simon, Simulacra. Just
It's okay. I don't care. The agents can know who I am. I don't care. They know my every thought anyhow, so fuck them.
Very much. Yeah. Just try going out. Just try going out and back in. Just hit the disconnect.
I was saying something about the Bible in Greek is all written in one word, without separation sort of between those words. It's like the singular word of God. How much lost in meaning.
Okay.
Hey.
Simulacra. Simulacra. Do you hear us? We speak your name.
Dodgy Wi-Fi. Dodgy. Oh.
I guess.
Were you in Dutchy land? Cool place.
Put my Wi-Fi on. Is that any better?
Yeah, nice. Much better.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, I've forgotten what I was rabbiting on about now. It's probably all a lie.
We're talking about how it was only one word.
Yeah, there was one of your guests, FC, Nigel Worsley, his channel. One of the guys he presents videos with, Harry Christie.
Mm-hmm.
He was Greek. I think he was Greek born, and he was raised, in a sort of religious Greek background. And he was saying his original copy of his Bible from when he was younger was all printed in one word, Greek, no separation between the words, like a singular sort of word of God.
Oh,
Yeah. He puts out, they put out, it's interesting. You know how, like, when we get together and we have these group discussions, how we all sort of play and bounce off each other, and we'll all get these brain waves, etc., at like the same time. And I've found some of the videos of his that I've watched recently. They've given me some interesting food for thought. But there's always something interesting that comes up.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
We all know really interesting stuff. It's really cool to see how things flash while we talk about it.
Yeah. Great to have a meeting place.
Because you know a lot of things that I don't.
Well, and likewise, you know a hell of a lot that I don't as well. I mean, I was listening we had that talk on Discord the other week, and I came away with, a lot of interesting things from what you said. So, it's all, we're all fractals, aren't we, of consciousness that are combining together, and, maybe together we are like we're probably, we're operating like a collective consciousness of our own.
Yeah, very much so. We learn a lot from each other. And the things that I do know, I don't know how they fully work. By you analyzing what I do, I learn from you as well.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about, bouncing the
Yeah.
ideas off one another, bouncing research off one another. We each have our little niche obsessions, and then we have our niche areas where we've kind of all come to the same conclusion, and then there's shit we have no idea about that the other would knows, and we learn off each other. It's great.
Maybe we all share an energy.
I think
a
so.
Similar energy
Yeah.
that's guiding us all together. Me and Night Sky, I think I've talked to you about this as well. Maybe this is how it all it rolls very differently to how we're told.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. Totally see that.
There are some things that I would really love to hear forever talk about, like how like the small things you learn just by watching nature. Really interesting. How much you learn on his own just observing.
Yeah. But isn't it interesting how we've all paths. We've all walked sort of our own different paths, but we've all ended up at this point together. I find those people who are fascinated in nature far more interesting than, I don't know, the usual sort of topics of conversation, whatever they are. I'm getting worse at idle chit chat the older I get.
Yeah, I was never really good at chit chat. I don't see the point in it.
Yeah, who wants to fucking deal with boring, monotonous bullshit conversations? Let's just call it what it is. Let's not sugarcoat it. I don't.
As well.
Yeah, it's like, dude, when I start engaging in those conversations, I'm like, okay, how quick can I get out of this conversation? That's how I feel.
That's a skill on his own.
Yeah. It's just like, let's please get me out of here. It's just like the Matrix just fucking with me. Like, okay, we're gonna throw this, retarded neighbor at your way, and we're gonna have some bullshit conversation about, the whole crap that's been going on the last couple of years. Yeah, like, okay. Go ahead, go make your appointment. You need your injection. Go. Now leave me the fuck alone.
My friend's got the best answer to this. He just looks at people and just says, "You boring me," and just walks away from them. He's brilliant.
Like a
The
boss.
guy he doesn't give a toss. Like, I swear to God, this guy has been here so many times and he's sussed it. I don't know whether people outside of the UK have heard of this character called Alan Partridge, but he's so blunt and he's so direct. But my friend, he's like a much sweeter version of this guy. It's like an English comedy character, a bit stereotypically British, stiff upper lip, sarcastic, etc. But yeah, he just doesn't give a toss. If people are boring him, he'll let them know.
Being honest, it's really good.
Oh, it's like
Just
we've had
imagine
enough.
if everyone was brutally honest. How would life would be?
Oh, they couldn't handle it.
Oh, we would need safe space buildings set up all over the world, like every block.
Bruce Lee had one of the things that he said is that the hardest thing a man can ever do is to be himself with all people in all situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true.
And that level of honesty, it's like, it's amazing to start working with that. And what I found, like recently with my explorations into self-honesty and honesty with others, is that you can't be honest with everyone because that's an ideal, and ideals are not adaptable to the actual reality, to having to move in the world. And so, like, we have to choose which roles that we will undertake, such as, like, I have to, for work and for family or whatever, but then we can make the connections and relationships that we do have as honest as possible.
Yeah, it's just a shame that most people can't sort of deal in the truth, though. They can't handle it.
Yeah.
No, they can't, and that's why I just
can't trick them into it. Like if you start speaking about how you can manipulate the weather, they'll just turn you off.
That's not a great conversation starter. Let's put it that way.
Where's his white jacket? Let's call the psych ward. I think
but if you say it differently, like if you speak with the confines of their reality, they will hear you, and you can open them up to understanding those things better. Because if you can make him be on your shoes, understand your shoes, they will open up to those things. It's just a matter of understanding and hearing the person out.
Yeah, they'll open up, but do you want to deal with that? I mean, really, the way I see it is I just don't want to put in that kind of effort. I just don't care.
You shouldn't really do it to everyone. But there are certain people that are open to it.
Yeah, it's generally dependent on like whether you meet somebody who's got like the ability to think for themselves or like have a
exactly.
discussion.
That's exactly it.
Good luck.
If he has some common sense, you can open him up.
Yeah, I think you just have to surround yourself with people that you can talk sense to, or that deal in honesty or open debate, etc.
Oh yeah. And it's interesting because my best friends, I cannot talk to them about this stuff. They are very, very close. And in some cases, they have even more dramatic experiences with spirits than I did. Like, a friend of mine actually saw a spirit on the cemetery. And he strongly believes that spirits do not exist because he really doesn't want to believe in it.
Yeah, well, this is it though. People will deny what they see in front of them if it makes them that uncomfortable. Blue pill, mate. Give me that blue pill. Put me back in that avatar.
Oh yeah. It's not knowing how to deal with it. They just don't want to believe in it. They don't want it to be a thing.
Yeah.
He even was sleeping on a haunted house. And he had things moving and whatnot. And now you're telling me that it's not true. Like, come on.
Yeah, refusal to believe. I think when things go against like the
Oh, you're cutting off again.
Oh, sorry, mate. I think when things go against people's like world views to that extent that they would have to break it down, it's maybe it's adherence to like rigid thought. Maybe that's like a trap, like an alley that you wander down. If you go so far and realize it's not true, you dead ended yourself. Whereas if you I don't know, if you believe things, might sort of be a bit more fluid than that, it allows for a sort of entire different world of possibilities, really, ones that present themselves to us quite regularly with no logical framework to, put it to, though.
Yeah,
Definitely.
my friend actually closes me to those things because he's scared for me. He cares so much about me that he doesn't want me to touch those things.
Yeah, well, I think people want you to fit inside the box, though. It kind of concerns them when you either stick a foot out of the box or they recognize that you are completely out of that comfort zone. They almost want to guide you back to it. Almost, well, funnily, the opposite way around to how, again, I've no problem with anybody who's taken a vaccination or anything. It's not a responsibility I'd pin on everyone, but we, might conversely look at people who haven't been, sorry, who are getting vaccinated and think, God, we're trying to guide them back to sanity. So
Let's
makes you wonder how
just,
many
sorry to interrupt.
realities are
Let's
out
just
there.
try and keep it coded if we can. Just like injection
Yeah.
or something
My bad.
along those lines. That's all right. No big deal.
Action vaccination.
Yeah, it's action.
Yeah,
You
sorry, my bad.
should,
That's all right. It's all right.
should control us because we can
Yeah.
be all over the place with this stuff.
Yeah, my bad.
No big deal. It's all right. It's gonna happen.
I do feel that with my friends, but they also see the value I bring to the table because in our friend circle there's no one like me, and when things go wrong on certain things like that, they look at me for answers. So in the end, even if they don't want to deal with this stuff, they still come to me, and it's
Yeah, I can
also
see why.
an energy stuff in that sense.
Well, I think you've got a very calm energy. I was wondering about this tonight as regards to football, thinking about people being conductors for this energy. And I think people
Oh.
who are much more in touch with their own energy, I think they're the ones that help other people attune that energy as they go. People will come to them fraught with problems, etc., conflicted energies, and you sound like the kind of person that helps people organize that and send them out of the door, feeling a bit more together within themselves. So it's maybe no wonder why they come to you during those times of conflict.
Yeah, I had very traumatic experiences, and I didn't have anyone that was able to help me. So I had to come up with solutions and look up ways to do these things. And once I started to understand how things work, I found myself helping other people because
Yeah.
they were in the state I was in.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
what's
this.
weird is they come to me, and I didn't find anyone at the time that could tell me these things. So I
Well,
guess I was close to it too.
it says a lot about you. I mean, this kind of relates to FC's Newton audiobook, where they were talking about advanced souls being the type that the sort of, well, they were mainly self-taught themselves. They were the ones that had been through really painful experiences, probably learned all these things. They saw the world their own way anyhow. But I think it's no surprise you probably have people come to you in that situation.
You know,
Because those
one time I had a dog come to me.
oh
The dogs in my area brought a dog that was hurt, and I healed him. And
it's
I
nice.
was just on the doorstep, just contemplating time, and that happened. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna heal you. And the guy
Yeah.
got better. It was really cool.
Yeah, you sound like my kind of person, definitely. Yeah, that's
I
nice.
was like, what the fuck is this? What just happened?
That's a special kind of energy.
Yeah.
That, you
But
know,
you
that
do
attracts
attract
things
people
like
in
that.
that sense. It's really cool.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Guys and ladies, I'm going to say goodnight. And thank you for a really great evening and a fascinating chat.
Thank
Yeah,
you, nice guy.
likewise.
Night. Yeah.
Sleep well.
Thank you.
Sleep well.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap this up in about a little under 10 minutes. So we've been going.
Are you sure?
Yeah. This is this is a power
20
session.
minutes.
I feel like I'm doing Michael Newton's book all over again.
Yeah, I was listening over that again the other day. It just came up in my playlist as I was cooking something to eat, and I think it's something that I'll end up flicking back to that for years to come, because there were so many interesting things that came out of it, and soul groups in particular.
Yes,
you know, if we were talking
that's the
about
big
magnetic
one.
energy and us all coming together, like finding missing fractal parts of each other. Really, in particular, since that video series, boy, have I been thinking about that.
Same here.
Connections I've made.
Yeah. Ever since I listened to the book, that's exactly the same thing I thought. It almost makes you wonder if, you know, this is, of course, a theory, but makes you wonder if the reason why we all met was kind of like, okay, the system knew this was kind of the last ditch effort opportunity for fuckery for us to be sucked in, and they say, okay, well, let's try and I don't know, or maybe it was something within us. Now that I think about it, why the hell would the system set it up like that? It would probably be more of a organic energy that we would meet each other. I don't know.
Yeah,
and
I mean, time's such an interesting thing. Anyhow, how we've all sort of how we're all here at this time. But it'd be interesting to know, you know, out of your listeners, how many of them felt they were going to witness something really significant in their lifetime.
For sure.
You know, some major world event or whatever. I know this one's been a big, you know, interestingly concocted affair. But, you know, when you think about previous events that happened 2 decades ago, almost in the 9th month, there's been some crazy stuff that's happened.
Yeah, and concocted or not, it's still part of the script, right? I mean, it's still part of, however, the destiny rolls out for the bulk of the planet. It doesn't necessarily have to be individually, particularly if you break out of the spell. I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like there's a couple every decade. Some kind of minor cataclysm or major cataclysm.
Yeah, or false flags or whatever.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, I was saying this to Night Sky yesterday about how much of this realm is aimed at putting you in complete fear for your future sort of security. It's either aimed at getting you to sort of self-immolate, destroy yourself, fear the apocalypse coming, stock up on rations, etc. And does it ever change? I mean, it might be a time loop or whatever, or a sort of fragmented realm or hijacked realm, but I don't know, part of me makes me, well, I just really wonder whether it's all sort of just scripted to just get you terrified, really.
Yeah, to me it kind of feels like, you know, a malicious Truman Show. The way everything comes to you. Like
Good
very
call.
malicious show.
Good call.
But yeah.
I don't know
Crazy
if
shit happens
you
all the
ever
time.
felt that, but I do feel a different atmosphere coming and getting better. Like time is accelerating.
Yeah. See, I just thought that was me getting older, but like definitely, I think there's something in that. There's been an energy shift, I'd say, something that's felt palpable, tangible, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Something's changed.
Definitely.
Well, I heard that there are no demons around. Like that's something that.
Well, that's bullshit.
I don't know. I do feel the difference.
Well, you do,
as
but
I said, I had contact with demons and stuff.
I would just say they seem ever present, but they seem like they're on the ropes. Is how I look at it. And I think Simon, we've had conversations about this privately. How there could be these waves of energy that peek through the realms of this universe that are energy shifting waves that wake up segments of humanity and possibly spirits or souls in the astral realms and kind of trigger something in a particular moment. Whether that's true or not, we have no way to prove it, but based on what we're seeing, it's possible. The other possibility is what we talked about was how we can't just sit here and not take the internet into account. We can't take freedom of speech, no matter how stifled it is, and just say that, okay, when they created the internet, they knew, okay, it's going to be a great surveillance system for the whole world, and we're going to have great control, but, we're going to have some leakage and some spillage, so to say, of people who figure out the scam. And we're willing to weigh that risk. So is it, in fact, an energy wave, or is it, something that comes with the internet and the risk that they knew they were taking? And even, just seeing how they cracked down on the internet in my lifetime is just insane.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you look at Ray Kurzweil, etc., and all these futurists, all these transhumanists, I think the internet is if you look at nature, that was already like the sort of internet of things, how the natural world sort of all linked together, and this is just another AI form of sentience. I think the more advanced these machines get, the faster they're learning who we are, what we do, what we think, what we say, what we consume, etc., etc. So we're not even sure what that is. But if we are creating reality as through consciousness, might the more advanced souls on this planet be the ones that are affecting and creating reality more so? Might they have, more power than than either we realise, or I don't know. There's a ruling class that seems to sort of create the set conditions, but we do seem to be able to sort of adjust elements of our reality. I just wondered whether maybe more advanced souls are the ones that are guiding it more so, or whether it is out of our hands.
It's definitely perspective. That's what I can tell you. I think you're cutting off. Hold on.
Sure.
Yeah, there's some guiding energy, whether we're just fractals of it that are all magnetically drawn, all in different directions, whether it only wakes I think there's only ever going to be a certain percentage that will be awake, but they don't seem to worry about us.
No, they're so minimal. It's so minimal. And even the people that do wake up to the base bullshit, they're really not awake. I mean, there are people who think they're awake and they believe in politics and all sorts of shit. So I kind of look at it as, again, it's like this risk versus reward thing that they look at and say, okay, well, all right, we're willing to take a risk and lose a few spirits and souls here in exchange for the greater system
Absolutely.
needs.
Oh. Oh. Hang on.
Oh, we got some.
Sorry. I was going to say large percentages of our life are governed by risk in this world. My dad used to be an insurance salesman. And if you think of like everything that you do in your life, you are navigating risk and you are paying levies and tolls on it in insurance premiums, taxes, etc. across the board. So they play this game of risk and reward, but they offset the financial cost of it onto us as well. Swines.
Yeah. But it's interesting that good change has big risks as well. You need to subject yourself to strong challenges to get there.
I think you're talking about something for more. I'm not doing people down, but I think that level of change that comes from maybe more advanced souls that have, I don't know, maybe they've mastered challenges a little bit better.
I mean, for example, if you want a girlfriend, you will have a hard time if you're waiting for her to come to you. Right?
Yep.
It's a big risk for you to be the one to go after her. But if you do want that change, you're the one that has to challenge that risk, right?
Absolutely.
And it's funny how easier it becomes once you understand how to be yourself. Because if you were yourself 100%, it's kind of impossible for someone to not like you.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly. Yeah.
All right, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. We've been going for quite a while. It's been fun.
You're right.
Yeah,
it was
good fun.
All right. So let me just pop this up really
Thank you
quick.
so much for doing this, man. It was really fun.
Yeah, thanks, pal.
Thank you.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, everyone, for joining. It was really, really awesome conversation from the beginning to the end. And all right, so just to reiterate, anyone who's new to the channel, I have 2 backup channels here on YouTube. Forever Conscious Research Channel 2 and 3. Both can be found in the description tab. I also have a Twitter, which I really don't use, but it's a way for us to stay in contact should anything ever happen to this channel. And I also have an Odyssey page. If you haven't checked out Odyssey yet, so far they seem to be the best alternative space to go, and I will be doing exclusive live streams over there at some point in the very near future. So feel free to again check out the description tab for the invite link, and you'll get some free library crypto with that. Doesn't cost anything, and it also helps support the channel over on that platform. And I think that's about it. So now that I got that bullshit out of the way, and yes, thank you each and every one of you for watching. For however long you've watched, I've learned just as much off of you as I hope you've learned off of me. And much love and blessings. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you all again very soon.